Excellency, the President.
Be seated. Just a brief moment for members of the media. Once you are done, please give us the chance to proceed. Thank you. Your Excellency, Dr. Hage Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia, Madam Geingob, the First Lady of the Republic of Namibia, Your Excellency, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, the Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, Right Honorable Dr. Sarah Kukongela Amadila, Prime Minister of our Republic, the Honorable Vicky Kauma, Vice Chairperson of the National Council, His Lordship Petrus Damasep, Deputy Chief Justice of the Republic of Namibia, the Honorable McHenry Venani, Leader of the official opposition in Parliament, the Honorable Members of Parliament, Service Chiefs here present, I suppose we normally refer to High Commissioners and Ambassadors accredited to the Republic of Namibia, distinguished invited guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. On my own behalf and that of the Honorable Vicky Kauma, Vice Chairperson of the National Council, I extend a warm welcome to all of you here this afternoon at this joint sitting of Parliament. Firstly, let me apologize that unlike all previous times, we are not able to all sit under one roof, but rather at various venues for this important event. And I don't need to explain, this is due to circumstances beyond our control relating to COVID-19 pandemic. Whereas it may seem like an inconvenience, it is for our own safety that we practice social distancing alongside all other health safety measures at this point in time. In this regard, I wish to appreciate our long-time, reliable development partners, Conrad Adenauer Stiftung, Office in Namibia, for kindly facilitating us to procure services that have enabled us to host this virtual parliament. Challenging times will always call for innovative means to remain dynamic. Committee President, honorable members, distinguished invited guests, this past year has been a particularly challenging year to our nation. We suffered an almost 7-year prolonged drought that saw our landscape littered with skeletons of dying livestock and game. And just as the rain had started to transform the landscape with a much awaited greenery, thereby putting a smile on our faces. And I'm saying this since we have many honorable members here who are also farmers. As we were beginning to show some smiling faces, we ended the coronavirus COVID-19 global pandemic. All this has been playing on an economy already suffering from the protracted global financial meltdown. When a nation is faced with such daunting challenges, it calls for national unity and solidarity so that we can collectively overcome. I therefore want to particularly thank everybody in our country for patiently tackling these multifaceted challenges with a humane sense of understanding, a fact that has been acknowledged by many partner institutions and governments in Africa and beyond. Your Excellency, honorable members, Article 32(2) of the Constitution of the Republic of Namibia requires that the President and Cabinet shall, each year during their consideration of the official budget, attend Parliament to present the State of the Nation Address, SONA. The fundamental purpose of SONA is for the President to account to the nation about the performance of the government in line with its policies and plans for national development. If you permit me, I'll get there. I think you jumped slightly early. So during such session, the President shall address Parliament on the state of the nation and future policies of the government, report on policies of the previous year, and be available to respond to questions that may be put to him. At this point, I would like to acknowledge the positive cooperation shown by the whips of all parties represented in Parliament, as we have discussed ways to manage the budget under the constraints of COVID-19. We hope this spirit will continue as we deal with the final stages of the national budget. Your Excellency, let me take this opportunity to welcome you to Parliament, and in particular to the National Assembly Chamber of the Republic of Namibia. Honorable members of Parliament, it is my distinguished honor and privilege to invite His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Namibia. What is the point here? The questions will come after the delivery of statement. The question, this is not the first time. No. No, there will be a statement that the president will deliver. Yes. Can you get your mic?
Honorable Speaker, it is a parliamentary convention. Our parliamentary rule, Rule 15 D, E, and F, states that at every beginning of the year, the head of state shall open the session, the legislative calendar.
Yes.
That has not happened.
Yes, I'm going to deal with it.
But you have invited the president.
No. Because that will be dealt with along when the president speaks. Because we didn't have, there was no other opportunity. The president have come here for the first time. Yes, indeed. He will be able to combine that. No. There is no way. Are you now asking the president to formally? No. Yeah. So okay. So can we, as part of this exercise, the Parliament is officially open. Yeah, because we never had an opportunity to do so because the press. No. Yeah, no. Oh, open. Yeah. No. Let's not. Yeah. No. Normally. Yeah. Okay. You are saying. Yeah. Are you saying? No. Let's not have a dialogue. No. Can I just hear Honorable Venani correctly? Okay. So can I call the president to officially open Parliament before? So that's what I'm saying. What is the point? Yeah. No. We cannot. Yeah. No. Okay. Let me hear you.
Honorable Speaker, the invitation that you send out to the country, to the media, to everyone, is that the president would, today after budget, would come and address under Article 35 a joint sitting of the State of the Nation.
Yes.
But conventionally, and according to our rules, the president, our rule says the House shall meet, and after a period of time, the president will open the parliamentary calendar year. But the calendar year was not open.
Yes.
Now we are asking you, why did you allow the leader of the opposition to open the calendar year while the president is supposed to do that?
Okay, I get it. You made your point. You made your point. Now may I proceed? I'm sure. Yes, thank you very much. Where are we? Let me. Okay. Honorable member. Yes, honorable member. Please order, please. Order. Honorable member, it is now my distinct honor and pleasure to invite His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Namibia, Dr. Hage Geingob, to address the Parliament and the people of Namibia on the state of the nation. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Yes, you say that. I have a problem. Can I get this? Since I have distance.
Not,
I cannot tell.
you can
Common sense, I have distance. Common sense, I have a distance.
there is sufficient, there is a sufficient distance from everyone.
Common sense.
If you can remove it a bit, you can do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Professor Peter Katjavivi, Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Victoria Kauma, Vice Chairperson of the National Council, Right Honorable Sarah Kuangela Amadila, Prime Minister and the Leader of the Government Business in the Parliament, Comrade Sophia Shaningwa, Secretary General of the ruling party, Honorable Mackenzie Penani, Leader of the official. So from now on, he is a leader. He will be the only one to speak on behalf of opposition. Honorable members of Parliament, special guest, Comrade Nangolo Bumba, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, Your Lordship, Deputy Chief Justice, Petrus Damasep, Madame Monica Kengos, the First Lady of the Republic of Namibia, members of the media, fellow Namibians. During my inauguration on March 21, I took an oath before God and before you to strive to the best of my ability to uphold, protect, and defend the Constitution and to obey, execute, and administer the laws of the Republic of Namibia. I took an oath to protect the independence, territorial integrity, and the material and spiritual resources of the Republic of Namibia. I swore that I would endeavor to the best of my ability to work towards justice for all the inhabitants of Namibia. Therefore, I stand before you today in fulfillment of my constitutional mandate to deliver the first State of the Nation address of my second and the last term as President of the Republic of Namibia. I would like to thank the members of 6th Parliament of Namibia under the leadership of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker for their invaluable contributions to our democracy and nation building. I congratulate the re-elected Speaker, his deputy, the leader of the official opposition, and all leaders, especially the newcomers to this 7th Parliament, as the outcome of our peaceful and democratic presidential and National Assembly elections of November 2019. I didn't see anybody killed. Honorable Speaker, members of Parliament, while the past 5 years have been challenging as a result of the global economic downturn and protracted drought, the past 4 months have been particularly daunting. All of humanity has been affected by COVID-19, and there is no doubt that survival will require a collective effort. Our lives have been disrupted, and our financial security placed in jeopardy. We have uncertainty and anxiety looming large. Fellow Namibians, I share in your anxieties. I understand your distress as breadwinners of our households. Many of you may have lost or have already lost your income. I sympathize with you. I understand the pain of our small and large business owners and entrepreneurs whose businesses have closed down, face the risk of closure due to economic pressure, the others. I share the concerns of our learners, students and youth, whose academic year has been upended by this crisis. I also understand the frustration of graduates who face fewer economic opportunities under the prevailing circumstances. I share the plight of the poor and the vulnerable who face sleepless nights because of homelessness and hunger. This is the defining hour of this generation. This is a challenge of our time, one we must overcome as a united people. Namibians will endure if we stand firm in unity of purpose, if we take collective action to build a better society, if we all ascribe to the admirable principles of humanity that galvanize our struggle of independence. Only then will we rise above the limitations of this crisis to take this nation forward to prosperous and economic future. Honorable Speaker, members of Parliament, despite the highly contested and spirited campaigns that preceded the November 2019 elections, we are all gathered here, united in our collective responsibility to safeguard the well-being of all Namibians. Faced with the realities of today, a significant task awaits you. As in every healthy democracy, I expect lively discourse as we deliberate on how best to steer our country towards a future of shared prosperity. However, let us bear in mind that there is no enemies in this House. The enemies we face are those that pose a danger to all Namibians, namely unemployment, low economic growth, infectious diseases, inadequate shelter, corruption, crime, gender-based violence, and other scourges that threaten the socio-economic fabric of our society. The sovereigns elected us to defend our hard-won liberty, to maintain national unity, and deliver justice in the Namibian House. In this regard, we must collectively commit to the fulfilling this obligation through regular attendance of sessions, robust parliamentary debate, and active committee sessions. Let us maintain decorum. Let us maintain decorum and uphold a high standard of conduct in this beacon of our democracy. I am here today to fulfill my constitutional duty, attending Parliament to deliver this accountability report to the people of Namibia and respond to questions in relation to that. In accordance with the special hybrid nature of our Parliament, the head of state is not a member of the Parliament, but is directly elected by the single constituency, the electorate. The Right Honourable Prime Minister, as a leader of government business in Parliament, assisted by all the ministers, is constitutionally mandated to participate in parliamentary debate and provide responses as required. Honourable Speaker, fellow Namibians, we have come to the end of the first term of this government, and I will present a progress report highlighting key accomplishments and challenges encountered over the term. The details are presented in a Harambee Prosperity Plan final report that has been distributed. I will also outline the plan of government for the second term. Upon inauguration on March 21st, 2019, I declared all-out war against poverty, income and wealth inequalities, and corruption in the quest to achieve more inclusive growth and shared prosperity. The noble goal of eradicating poverty was perceived by some to be too ambiguous. However, we must dream big and be bold in the pursuit of our lofty ideals. Considering the significant inroads made in poverty reduction since independence, I remain confident that with sufficient resources and concerted efforts, Namibia can one day achieve the goal of a more equal society. The burning desire to overcome the limitations that confine our people to poverty, inequality, and undignified life compelled us to formulate the Harambee Prosperity Plan as a tool to fast-track development and draw us closer to the attainment of our national development plans and Vision 2030. The 4-year impact plan was formulated following a country-wide grassroots consultations, popularly known as town hall meetings. This bottom-up approach to planning informed our development priorities. Fellow Namibians, at the end of the first term, the Harambee Prosperity Plan recorded an average 70% overall execution rate on set goals and outcomes. This has been calculated against the implementation outcomes of activities of bare pillar. Despite a number of independent intervening variables that adversely affected our ability to obtain the set target of 80% execution rate, we achieved this relatively high rate by focusing on key deliverables with lesser financial implications. Effective governance. The first pillar of the HPP requires the least financial resourcing, and it is more heavily dependent on cultivation of an efficient and effective performance culture in the public service. We have made a good start implementing our national anti-corruption strategy. Listen, you will hear. All forms of corruption are destructive and regrettably continue to taint our country. All forms of corruption are destructive and regrettably continue to taint our country. Contrary to erroneous perceptions, we do not lack the political will to fight corruption. We have taken action, and we're going forward, continue to take decisive action to tackle this scourge. You may recall that long before the so-called fish rot expose, you may recall that long before the so-called fish rot expose, during the February 2018, I requested several cabinet ministers to respond to allegations of corruption
let's have order, please.
leveled against them.
Order.
Their responses were subsequently forwarded to the Anti-Corruption Commission for investigation, consisting with my conviction to strengthening processes, systems, and institutions. Today, 2 senior former ministers are in jail for 7 months with no interference from the executive.
Order,
This
order,
confirms
please, order,
my firm belief
order.
in the principle of separation of powers and allowing the law to take its course. I often state that truth doesn't change. Concrete actions have been taken over the term to confront cases of perceived and alleged corruption. These include the decision to cancel awarding of the Hosea Kutako International Airport upgrading tender, which was inflated from someone new, baby, can you listen? From inflated
please,
because of
order.
corruption, inflated from 3 billion to 7 billion. We stopped it and we lost the first round in the court. We went ahead. We were determined to address corruption. We went ahead to the High Court. And there the court ruled, and therefore, listen, we saved 4 billion that could have gone to corruption. 4 billion. That's action. That's action.
No.
We launched investigation.
Order, no. We need order. We cannot continue. No. We cannot continue with it.
Why don't you wait and ask questions? There is a question time.
We need order. Please sit down, please. Sit down. Please, sit down, please. Sit down, please.
We launched, why don't you listen, please?
Please.
What is that?
No, we need order. If you don't want to listen, then I think you should allow those who like to listen to listen. Respectful. No. Honestly, we cannot continue with the disruption. No. We cannot. No. I'm saying we cannot continue with people jumping up and down. That is totally out of order.
I don't come for insults.
Yeah.
I'm not going to continue. I cannot continue.
No. Please continue. Please continue.
I'm here to be insulted.
Please.
I come to address the parliament.
This is we
No,
cannot allow. No. Okay. Honorable members, order. We need order. Honorable members, those of you who feel we cannot continue to listen, please leave the hall. Leave the chamber. Yes. I think that is the best. No, honestly. No, I think that is the best we can do. If you cannot continue to listen, you are continuously interrupting, then I think you should leave the no. I think no. Can we? No. But we don't want further. No. The president can only continue. Wait a minute. No. There are those members of parliament who are willing to listen to the president without interruption. But if those of you who cannot contain yourself, then I will ask you respectfully to leave the chamber. Yes, I think that is no. Because that is because you cannot expect. No, you cannot. No. Wait a minute. No, I'm going to rule. I'm going to rule on this. No. Yes. No, wait for the light.
We are a democratic state where the government has the right to say its say. That's why we afforded the President and the government the courtesy to sit in chambers to hear what the government has to say. Similarly, government has a duty to hear the cries of opposition of things that are going wrong. Everything in this nation is not correct. And when the President is talking about corruption and things that are going wrong in the country, and he is airing a view of government of how they are dealing with it, it's fully within the opposition's right to protest if those measures in our view are not sufficient.
Yes,
so for that,
yes,
you cannot kick us out.
Okay.
Yes.
Honorable Maharuka, this is precisely, Honorable Member, this is precisely what the President was doing. Give his State of the Nation address. You respond when the time comes by asking specific questions. But now you are not allowing him to do so. Therefore, those of you who don't want to listen, please leave the chamber. Please leave the chamber so that we can. Yes, yeah. Now, if you stay, if you are ready to stay, then we cannot have interruptions. No. You don't have the floor. No. Let's have order. No, let's have order. Yeah, let's have order. The point I'm making is this. I don't want to entertain further disruptions. Yeah, but because then jumping. No, we cannot have. No. The rules are clear. I'm using the same rules. The rules are very clear. Very clear. Yeah. Rule number 110, 118B, all these rules are basically saying the President is the guest to present a constitutional report, and we should give him the courtesy and respect to hear him out. That's what we are going to do. Can we continue without any interruption? No. Okay, we no. Please, honorable member, for God's sake, let's have some order. Now, I don't want that. I want us to maintain order. Your Excellency, I'm very sorry. I would like you to continue. Sit down. Please, let's sit down. No, you can do it. You can do it from your seat. Yeah. Please. We don't need that.
I look younger than many young people. Far. The decision, since I'm out, to cancel awarding of the Hosea Kutako International Airport upgrading tender, which was inflated from corruption, from 3 billion to 7 billion Namibian dollars. We cancelled. Whoever must be found by courts.
Please, let's continue orderly.
This was challenged in the High Court. We have courts. We initially lost the case and appealed to the Supreme Court, which subsequently overturned the decision. By that, we saved this country $4 billion. We launched investigations into alleged irregularities in the contracts for the National Storage Facility and negative time, which exposed government to currency fluctuations. And we had to pay $500 million for that. The investigations resulted in a disciplinary hearing, resulting in some implicated officials being cleared, while others received appropriate sanctions due to administrative shortcomings, it was said. Government, through the Ministry of Finance, also launched lifestyle audits and investigations into tax evasion and money laundering. Charges brought against these individuals ended up in the courts. It's in the courts now. Ongoing cases of alleged corruption are such as the SME Bank, Offshore Development Company, and the Developmental Capital Portfolio of DIBF and Kora Music Awards are all at the courts. We will only prevail in the war against corruption when transparency is nurtured within the governance systems. Each and every Namibian has a role to play in uprooting corruption. I caution that we should protect the dignity of fellow citizens by guarding against accusations of corruption in the absence of evidence. In the fight against corruption, the due process of law should prevail. A testament to our commitment to improving accountability and transparency, Namibia increased in ranking on the Abraham Index, making us one of the top 5 best governed countries in Africa. Namibia is number 4 on the continent, preceded by Mauritius, Seychelles, and Cabo Verde in top 3 positions, and followed by Botswana, Ghana, Rwanda, and South Africa, respectively. They are behind us. This progression can be attributed to the introduction of the public performance management system, legislative reforms to strengthen accountability and transparency, and aforementioned investigations launched in order to regularize irregular tenders and awarding of tenders irregularly and corruptly. The Whistleblower and Witness Protection Act will be operationalized during this term as additional measures to strengthen the fight against corruption. Similarly, the key reforms, including the voluntary declaration of assets by my wife and I, voluntarily, publicly, members of parliament and senior government officials, and the open door media policy of the presidency have strengthened transparency. The Reporters Without Borders World Press Freedom Index of 2020 ranked Namibia number 1 in Africa and number 23rd in the world, outranking long-established democracies in other parts of the world. Going forward, this government will continue to champion media freedom. However, as we undertake much-needed introspection as government, we also expect that the media reflect on its role in a society. We rely on the media as the fourth estate for truth and fairness. The role of the media in improving factual reporting is therefore of paramount importance. Honorable Speaker, the Namibian economy continues to experience unprecedented headwinds since 2016. Among the challenges included are declining economic growth and per capita income, low investments and high public expenditure ratio, compounded by the global economic downturn, declining commodity prices, and exchange rate fluctuations. The 5-year drought that ravaged our agricultural sector exposed thousands of Namibian households to food insecurity, necessitating the reallocation of funding to drought relief programs, in line with our commitment that no Namibian should die due to hunger. To stabilize our public finances, a fiscal consolidation strategy and expenditure was introduced in 2015. To contain expenditure, government effected the deepest cuts since independence. I would like to thank the former Minister of Finance, Comrade Kale Slightwine, for implementing these difficult reforms to stabilize the fiscal position. Green shoots of recovery were becoming visible. Unfortunately, this prospect has been severely compromised by the outbreak of COVID-19. Comrade Kale, I am confident that you will discharge your new mandate with the same vigor to ensure food and water supply security, which are both very critical. As promised, in my 2019 SONA, I announced in March this year I reduced government structures from 25 ministries down to 19 ministries. We achieved this reduction of 6 ministries by merging some of the existing ones to align government functions for efficient and effective service delivery. In line with the SWAPO party commitment to reaching gender parity at the highest levels of government leadership, 18 of the 29 newly appointed ministers and deputy ministers are women. This represents 62% female representation in the executive. We recognize that our fight against inequality would not be complete without the empowerment of women. I am confident this House is working towards similar milestones. In light of ongoing government measures to reduce public expenditure, reforms were undertaken to eliminate wastage with respect to the conditions of service and benefits of public office bearers. As a result, there will be no new vehicle fleet of government for the term, and no new off-road vehicles will be purchased for members of executive and public of. This will translate into, by the way, you know, I'm older than your mother. No, I'm older. Yeah. This will translate into a savings of approximately 200 million Namibian dollars.
Please.
So you must
order,
hold me properly. Also.
Please,
Address me properly.
Order.
Address me properly.
Please. Oh, okay, order. Please. Okay,
You
order,
are calling
please.
me names here?
Yeah. No, please. Let's have some order, please.
We deal with it.
Yeah, please.
Furthermore,
sit down.
we have abolished the positions of special advisors to governors. At this juncture, I would like to thank the new Minister of Finance, Comrade Ipumbu Simumu Shimi, for tabling under the circumstances a reasonable budget. Given his detailed budget speech, I will not repeat the financial aspects in this sauna. Honorable Speaker, members of Parliament, on Tuesday this week, I held a telephonic conversation with the Prime Minister of Canada, the Right Honorable Justin Trudeau, during which I raised, among other things, the difficult situation that so-called upper middle-income countries like Namibia find themselves in. We have maintained that while the concept of upper middle-income countries is valid, the application, which takes a GDP, take a small population, dividing that one in, and get a high per capita income, is not good. He listened to me. He, of course, said that also applies to many of his friends in Caribbean countries. This upper middle income classification continues to disadvantage Namibia's ability to access soft loans, while countries regarded as less developed are eligible to receive grant funding. I am of the view that measures such as the UNDP Human Development Index provides a more accurate assessment of development per capita. Such a contextual criteria-based reclassification will help developing countries like Namibia to effectively redress historical structural imbalances. We believe that poverty should not be managed, but must be eradicated through effective tools such as economic empowerment and employment creation. According to the Namibian Statistics Agency, unemployment remains high at 33% in 2018, while youth unemployment increased to 46.1% during the same period. The status quo is not sustainable, and emphasis falls on stimulating job-creating economic growth. The NSA also reports that the Namibian economy created 48,557 jobs between 2016 and 2018. Regrettably, recurring drought spells and declining consumer spending negatively reversed these gains. Investment promotion has been central to this government's economic development agenda. There was a tapering off in investment from 2016, following completion of major capital projects in the mining and construction sectors. To mitigate declining investment, government aggressively pursued regional and international investment roadshows. The 2016 International Investment Namibia Conference secured 34 investment projects of a total value of 2.6 billion Namibian dollars. The 2019 Economic Growth Summit, convened under the auspices of the High-Level Panel on Namibian Economy, mobilized 14 billion Namibian dollars in investment and financial commitments. It takes time, by the way. Investment takes time, oh my God. I'm telling you. Delays in decision-making continue to undermine our ability to concretize investment deals and secure development. I have on different occasions urged cabinet ministers to timely provide responses to prospective investors. We cannot continue to keep people waiting indefinitely. Whether yes or no, we must provide responses. Investors have other places to go to. And if you don't have time for them, just sitting without saying yes or no, they will go somewhere else. So I have urged the cabinet already that ministers must answer. Give answers by saying yes or no, so that people can know where they stand. I am mindful that we have increasing perceptions of corruption. Ministers and officials may be apprehensive to take decisions. However, the new cabinet is enjoined to timelessly provide responses, and they are doing that already. SME development recorded satisfactory improvement over the term. Following the closure of SME Bank, government through the Development Bank of Namibia established SME centers in 3 regions to respond to SME funding needs. The Development Bank of Namibia approved a total of 425 million Namibian dollars for SME projects between 2017 and 2020, benefiting 318 SMEs. To address the hurdle of non-collateralized lending, government introduced a skills-based lending facility, the Credit Guarantee Scheme, mentoring programs, and facilitated the establishment of 121 rural youth enterprises. All these programs were capitalized with an amount of 130 million Namibian dollars. Progress has been made through the industrial policy. Our economic transformation agenda remains urgent and can be realized through structural reforms that support inclusion of the previously disadvantaged majority and diversification of economic activities through industrialization and manufacturing. For these reasons, once the Namibia Equitable Economic Empowerment Bill is tabled, I implore this Honorable House to prioritize its enactment. Government received this week a report from the Economic Policy Research Association on the latest version of NEEB. A cursory review suggests that the authors are interested only in protect because he says the lives of our people. We have made progress in poverty, and poverty has definitely declined. According to Namibia Statistics Agency, poverty declined in Namibia from 70% in 1994 to 32% in 2003, and 18% by 2016. By now, it should be lower, but they don't have statistics. According to the 2017 World Bank report, and as endorsed by Oxfam International, Namibia's decline in poverty is attributable to the targeted policy framework. Government allocates a high percentage of resources to the social sectors, including universal access to education, a highly subsidized healthcare system, and social safety nets that reverse the effects of skewed economy. Namibia, South Africa, and Botswana are among the few African countries that provide the old age social grant as a cash transfer, which directly contribute to arresting poverty and childhood stunting. Government has increased this grant by more than 100% over the past 4 years. Other social safety nets implemented by government include the foster care grant for vulnerable and orphan children, marginalized and disability grant, that school feeding program, food for work, and veterans grants. In total, government spent 3.9 billion Namibian dollars, nearly 4 billion Namibian dollars on social grants per annum, benefiting 1 million people, or 41% of the total population. Over the period 2015 to 2019, government redirected resources to the value of 1.2 billion Namibian dollars towards the drought relief program, which has benefited annually an average of 564,983 people across all 14 regions. During the same period, government introduced a food bank to reduce hunger among the extreme poor citizens in urban and peri-urban areas. The food bank has been rolled out to all 14 regions and covers 10,156 households of 42,081 individual beneficiaries in 219 street committees. Due to ongoing refinements to the eligibility criteria of beneficiaries, the figure has decreased, and the program is now serving truly needed members of our society. Despite the inroads we have made, there are limits to what fiscal policy alone can achieve in eradicating poverty and inequality in Namibia. The impacts of COVID-19 pandemic have the potential to reverse some of the gains made in our war against poverty. Looking ahead, government will work actively to consolidate social safety nets by automating processes to remove duplications and reduce transaction costs. We will also investigate the feasibility of gradually phasing out the food bank to introduce a modified basic income grant. We have made tangible gains in number of enrollment in vocational education and training centers from 16,000 in 2015 to 35,000 students intakes in 2020, exceeding the HPP target of 25,000 new enrollment. Additional building and upgrading of VDCs in different parts of the country commenced during the period under review, and this process will be completed in the next 3 years. Housing remains a challenge. However, delivery of service land, housing and sanitation has progressed in line with targets set over the time. The HPP target to deliver 20,000 new houses was achieved at 82%, with delivery of 16,464 houses by March 2020. These houses were constructed in collaboration with various stakeholders, including Namibia Housing Enterprise, GIPF, Czech Builders Federation, Build Together, and a number of public-private partnerships. The delivery of residential urban was achieved at 89%, or 20,194 plots of the targeted 26,000. The national housing backlog remains above 300,000 units. I am conscious that despite these achievements and considering the persistently high national demand, we need to accelerate our efforts in the area of housing and land provision, particularly in major cities and towns. While the bucket toilet system was not entirely eliminated by the end of the period envisaged, we achieved an elimination rate of 74%. Since the declaration of humanitarian crisis in informal settlements, a pilot project has commenced in Windhoek to transform peri-urban settlements into sustainable human settlements that are planned, serviced, and occupied through various tenure options. Urban land reform is both a moral and political imperative. Our efforts to restore dignified life will be incomplete without the delivery of decent shelter and sanitation. Rural economic development through delegation of key central government functions and decentralization of industries must be implemented in tandem as a means of addressing the factors driving rural-urban migration. In this regard, I welcome the announcement by NamPower to electrify informal settlements in Windhoek. This is a positive start. I also commend private sector institutions that join hands with communities to deliver housing through initiatives such as Buy a Brick campaign. This is a spirit of Harare. Claims to ancestral land rights were extensively debated at the second National Land Conference. No consensus could be reached given the complexity of the issues. I therefore appointed a commission of inquiry into claims of ancestral land rights and restitution by affected communities. The commission, led by Judge Shiva Witele, submitted its preliminary report in December 2019. The final report is due in June 2020, this month. In 2015, government entered into bilateral negotiations on the genocide with the Federal Republic of Namibia, of Germany. A special envoy, Ambassador Kavirwe, under supervision of a special cabinet political committee chaired by the Vice President, was appointed. Good progress has been made. The Federal Republic of Germany has agreed, after a long while, that the events of 1904, 1908, Namibia is on the verge of achieving total HIV/AIDS epidemic control. In line with the Triple 90 goals, our HIV response stands at 94, 96, 95. This means 94% of people who are HIV positive know their status. 96% are ARV treatment, are on ARV treatment, and 95% virally suppressed. As a result of this success, the prevention of mother-to-child transmission yielded encouraging outcomes, whereby 97% of babies born to HIV-positive mothers are HIV-free. The cooperation agreement between Namibia and the government of the United States through PEPFAR continues to materially support our HIV/AIDS management program, which has enabled us to achieve these gains. Following the outbreak of hepatitis A/E in 2017, we have mobilized a national response in 10 regions, providing safe water, sanitation, and hygiene, where cases have been reported mostly from informal settlements. A total of 7,703 hepatitis E cases and 65 deaths have been reported to date. While Namibia has done relatively well in its response to eliminate malaria, the country is beginning to record some reversals, with an upswing in cases following last transmission season of September 2019 to April 2020. The increase is due to the good rainfalls and insufficient indoor residual spraying coverage. As we mobilize resources into immediate public health emergency of COVID-19, I caution stakeholders not to redirect all efforts and funding at the expense of other public healthcare response. Maintaining a balance will be critical to preserving the gains made. Modern and reliable infrastructure is critical for high and sustained economic growth. The following infrastructure projects were completed over the term: the deepening and expansion of the port of Walvis Bay, positioning our country as a strategic logistic hub and gateway into the region. The construction of Nekatel Dam was completed and inaugurated in March 2020. Current water levels in the dam stand at 86 million cubic meters, following the good rains. At full capacity, this dam will become the largest ever storage facility in the country. According to MTC, its telecommunications network has been upgraded from 2G to 3G. To date, 83% of our population has access to 3G broadband services, while 34% have access to 4G services. A notable achievement considering the vastness of our country. I'm proud of MDC, which we inaugurated in 1994 with the Prime Minister of Sweden. Therefore, it is disappointing that network connectivity reliability is diminishing. Tim, these days when you make a call, I have problems. So please also pay attention to that. The remaining roads at advanced stage include the following dual carriage ways: Windhoek Okahanda, Swakopmund Walvis Bay, and the Windhoek Hosea Kutako International Airport, all due for completion during the second term. Significant progress has been made to increase the national road network and upgrade roads from gravel to bitumen standards. Over the term, an additional 819 kilometers of bitumen standard road and 373 kilometers of gravel roads were added to the national road network of more than 44,500 kilometers. According to the World Economic Forum Global Competitiveness Report of 2019, Namibia remains #1 in Africa for road infrastructure. securing electricity and water supply, both industry and household consumption, was a material concern at the onset of the first term. As a result of policy reforms in the energy sector, articulated in the National Integrated Resource Plan, National Energy Policy, and National Independent Power Producers Policy, the country experienced zero load shedding over the term. We increased the electricity generation capacity from 400 megawatts to 624 megawatts. Additional demand increased to 730 megawatts, and imports of 390 megawatts are drawn annually through the Southern African Power Pool to bridge the deficit. Water supply security came under pressure due to the prolonged drought. Government took decisive action to constitute a cabinet committee on water supply security that worked to guarantee water supply for the central and coastal regions, even in a no-rain scenario. I express my appreciation to the members of this committee, chaired by Mr. Petro Maritz and the former ministers, comrades Mutorwa and Ngarusep, who ensured taps did not run dry during this critical time. Government intensified drilling of boreholes and upgrading water infrastructure across the country to enhance access to potable water for rural communities that will face with water shortages as a result of the drought. Currently, 94% of the population has access to potable water. Mr. Speaker, fellow Namibians, crossing over to international relations, the world is undergoing major transformations, and our foreign policy must be adequately geared to dealing with these new challenges. The multilateral order is the best guarantor for world peace. The Namibian government remains committed to strengthening the multilateral system through support for international accords and problem solving. During the period under review, we endeavored to strengthen mutually beneficial relations with friendly nations at regional, continental, and international level through state visits, working visits, joint commissions of cooperation, political and diplomatic consultations. Engagements with dignitaries from Africa and the world demonstrate our commitment to bilateral cooperation to advance global peace and our domestic economic interests. The year 2019 witnessed Namibia hand over the SADC chairpersonship to Tanzania at 39th SADC Summit held in Dar es Salaam on August 17, 2019. During Namibia's tenure, we continued to witness significant progress in the entrenchment of democratic values and constitutionality in our region. The Kingdom of Eswatini, Democratic Republic of Congo, the Republic of Madagascar, the Union of Comoros, the Republic of Malawi, and the Republic of South Africa held successful elections during Namibia's chairmanship. For the first time since their independence, we witnessed a peaceful transfer of power in DRC, marking what we all hope will be a new era of prosperity, peace, and political stability in that region. The presidential election in Malawi was challenged in the court, after which results were annulled. The date of June 23, 2020 has been set for fresh elections, proving once more that SADC is committed towards the establishment of robust processes, systems, and institutions. We also witnessed the signing of the peace accord in the Republic of Mozambique, a further demonstration of SADC's commitment to peace, unity, and stability as precursors for regional integration and development. There were challenges as the region faced several weather-related phenomena. We witnessed intensive flooding in Comoros, Mozambique, Tanzania, Madagascar, Malawi, Zimbabwe, and heavy rains in KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. Under Namibia's leadership, SADC member states reacted swiftly, displaying a regional solidarity to provide humanitarian assistance to affected countries. The world is currently facing a triple crisis: that of the health crisis, a climate change-induced drought crisis, and a consequential economic crisis. Fittingly, the United Nations has termed COVID-19 as the worst crisis humanity has faced since World War II. As more nations seek to secure domestic security through inward-looking actions, international cooperation should be re-emphasized as our best option to mitigate transactional threats. We should work through existing bodies such as SACU, SADC, and AU, and the UN to form regional, continental, and international coalitions that support the recovery of our countries in the aftermath of this crisis. Now more than ever, there is need for African countries to harmonize measures that strengthen our economies and create jobs. These efforts will require unity, commitment, and sacrifice. I have been in contact with world and regional leaders to discuss a coordinated response to COVID-19 in support of the evacuation of foreign nationals from Namibia and to facilitate the repatriation of our citizens and residents from abroad. I express Namibia's sincere appreciation to all nations that have supported us in this end. As we plan ahead towards economic recovery, we should be cognizant that economic diplomacy will be an ever important tool in the mobilization of international assistance and financing to foster recovery and growth. That brings me to the end of the first term of office report. As indicated earlier, the full report is available on your tables, I think, for your perusal. Mr. Speaker, I will now proceed to outline the national policy response to COVID-19. With confirmation of the first 2 cases of COVID-19 in the country on March 14, 2020, I declared a state of emergency on March 17, 2020, and directed an immediate lockdown that lasted for 38 days. We also took the decision to cancel the 30th Independence Day public celebration, reducing the event to a smaller inauguration ceremony at the State House. The severe restrictions were warranted as preemptive measures to slow the spread of this and has earned government time to strengthen the public health sector's capacity to adequately respond. Our multi-stakeholder efforts have not gone unnoticed and have garnered commendation by the World Health Organization and admiration in international media. Infections flattened at 16 cases. We have now cases reported for 45 days until an uptick in new infections beginning from 20 May 2020. The status of COVID-19 in the country today is as follows: 25 confirmed cases, 16 recoveries, 9 active cases. A total of 4,207 persons have been tested. But thanks God, up to now, no lives were lost as a result of COVID-19. No lives have been lost. That we are told is the biggest achievement by others, not by you. Namibia opted for 4 stages with corresponding measures to gradually ease lockdown restrictions. The country has just migrated to stage 3 under moderate precautions. The final phase, which is stage 4, is estimated to come into effect on June 30. This will introduce a new normal that could last to the end of the state of emergency or beyond. The imminent reopening of border points for public traveling presents a key vulnerability. While life and business will have to return to some semblance of normality, this is a process we intend to manage very, very carefully. We have commenced work in preparation on the precautionary measures and adjustments that will allow for the gradual reopening of borders for public travel. For now, we are open for the transportation of goods only. I thank the Ministers of Health and Information and their deputies who are keeping the nation informed through the COVID-19 Information Center. We made history. We made history with the appointment of the youngest deputy minister on the country. You are not the government. You are not the government. We have, you can talk, I'm talking for myself.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's make progress. It's okay. It's okay. Please. Please. Let's keep order.
Let me repeat my point. I thank the Ministers of Health and Information and their deputies who are keeping the nation informed through COVID-19 Information Center. They are the only ones who are doing that. The appointment of the deputy minister from opposition party was also welcomed and well received all over. The two have been running, and it's not a new thing. I don't know why you're surprising. We had deputy ministers here. Oh, I see. I do read the papers and I know what is going on.
Okay.
The two have been running the information center effectively. This is a sign of the Namibian house we are building, where the youth and the opposition work together as one Namibia, one nation. I thank the Right Honorable Prime Minister and the entire government for pulling together during this time of crisis. An effective war is waged on multiple fronts. I would like to use this opportunity to acknowledge the hand of God, I would like to use this opportunity to acknowledge the hand of God over our country and to thank all Namibians and spiritual leaders who answered the call at the onset of the outbreak to pray for the preservation of our nation. As leaders, we will continue doing all that we can to protect Namibian lives. Notwithstanding our successes to date, we must remain vigilant and maintain acceptable social behavior. Our people residing in informal settlements are hard-pressed to abide by the regulations and are less able to insulate themselves against the economic effects of the lockdown measures. Despite these challenges, every Namibian has a personal responsibility to complement government efforts by adhering to the regulations. If social and physical distancing protocols are relaxed too soon, we risk secondary waves of infection. The big and small acts of kindness and benevolence not shown by different members of our society during this time have hardened us all. The act of charity is not only a commendable human trait, it is also a cornerstone of united, peaceful, and prosperous country and nation. I thank all Namibians for the unity and solidarity, particularly frontline health workers and law enforcement agencies. Honorable Speaker, despite its effectiveness, the extreme social distancing measures of lockdown comes at a great cost to the economy. Under the initial stage 1 lockdown, domestic production was halved and jobs have been affected. While the virus may be deadly, we note that poverty also kills. The social evils of crime, substance abuse, gender-based violence, poor mental health, depression, and suicide are aggravated by poor standards of living and sense of despair. This understanding has informed government's response, which weighed the risk against benefits and drew a balance between protecting the lives and livelihoods of Namibians. These have not been easy decisions to take. However, I am convinced the cost of not acting would have been far greater. As a short-term measure to mitigate the negative socio-economic impacts, government formulated an economic relief and stimulus package amounting to 8.1 billion Namibian dollars. This has provided relief to formal and informal businesses in some of the worst affected sectors, such as tourism and hospitality, fishing, construction, SMEs, and the informal sector. The package provides a plethora of responses ranging from reduction in interest rates to cash transfers, labor subsidies, and negotiated debt repayment holidays, and credit support to businesses, workers, and households. Through the National Employment and Salary Protection Scheme and Emergency Income Grant, we are dispersing grants to employers, workers, and citizens who lost income or means of livelihood. The social indicators have been a source of encouragement. The number of medical trauma cases at hospital casualties declined drastically, while the Motor Vehicle Accident Fund reported no accidents on our national roads during Easter because there were no cars in the road, due to the restriction on public travel. Although the number of gender-based violence cases reported at police stations show a decline during the lockdown, we are aware that the number of telephonic complaints received by Lifeline increased under the lockdown. As Namibians, we have found common ground against this enemy. The economic crisis spurred by COVID-19 presents us all the opportunity to reflect and redesign our future. We will use the lessons from the current challenges and reframe them into opportunities for recovery and growth. Together with the Cabinet, I am in the process of finalizing the Harambee Prosperity Plan 2, which will provide a roadmap for accelerated implementation of government programs that are geared towards economic recovery in the second term. The plan will be informed by prioritized commitments from the 2019 Swapo Party Manifesto, existing funded capital board in the Presidency, to fast-track investment promotion and SME development by facilitating a conducive business environment, investment promotion, and sustainable SME development. I will announce the head of this NED in due course. While economic crises are cyclical, and recurring. Nations succeed on the basis of work ethic, rate of execution, and ability to do more with fewer resources. We must transform the performance and service culture, as well as the level of productivity within public and private sector institutions to competitively reposition our economy. We must actively seek opportunities for growth, innovation, and transformation. More importantly, we must demonstrate strong commitment to implementing reforms. Global supply shortages in essential medical supplies presented an opportunity to our country. Supported by academia and the Namibian Standards Institute, we have in a matter of weeks converted the productive capacities of SMEs to produce sanitizer, certified surgical and non-surgical face masks. Such renewed domestic investment should remain viable beyond this particular crisis. In this time of crisis, true character is revealed. We are at a crossroads in our history, and in this year of introspection, at this hour of need, we are faced with the most burning question of our time. 30 years after our independence, how do we shape the future of our nation? Our collective decisions and actions over the following months will not only determine whether we emerge stronger from this unprecedented storm, but will define the Namibian journey. A journey conceived in the minds of colonized people, from whom selfless patriots emerged, and in face of unrelenting aggression, chose to fight for the ultimate gift of life, health, peace, dignity, and freedom. I am convinced that the Namibian spirit, unrelenting in the face of adversity, unflinching in the eye of a storm, will once again prevail as we unite to overcome the challenges ahead of us. We cannot retreat in this battle. We cannot disown this fight. Neither can we reject the spirit of unity that has prevailed amongst the sons and daughters of this country. This is a spirit that defines our national identity. It augments the character of our people. It crystallizes the narrative of Namibian House. I am certain that if we work in unison, putting best of our minds to work, we, like those who fought for freedom of this nation, will be able to deliver our people in the second phase of struggle for economic emancipation. Let us not shy away from the task. Let us not shy away from the task at hand. Let us seize the opportunity to cement this nation's legacy as a people who overcame diversity, a people who persevered in the face of difficulty, and a people whose fortitude and patriotism delivered freedom, unity, peace, and shared prosperity. Long live Republic of Namibia. I thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, on my own behalf and that of the Vice Chairperson of the National Council, and indeed members of this House, let me express our deepest gratitude and appreciation for a very informative, constructive, and inspiring message that the President has just delivered. We welcome your emphasis. We welcome your emphasis on measures to revive our economy during this difficult time. Indeed, these are challenging times, but we are
the land of the brave. And together, as a united nation of hardworking people, we shall overcome those challenges that you have outlined. Comrade President, your inspiring, inclusive leadership will guide the country into a prosperous future. That's our hope, that's our wish. Members of this House, His Excellency, the President is now available for questions as per Article 32(2) of our Constitution, and during his interaction with honorable members of Parliament, Rule number 110 and Rule number 118B of our Standing Rules and Order will be in force. This emphasizes that members' questions should be relevant and not repetitive. Over and above that, and we are required to maintain order in the House as we normally do, and this has become our tradition. And I hope we'll be able to maintain that. Honorable members, I'll call, first of all, the leader of the official opposition to open the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I always maintain one position, and that is that words in their nature carries meaning. Permit me to welcome the strangers of the House, Vice President, First Lady, Excellency President, ladies and gentlemen, and members of Parliament. We speak of an inclusive society, but I'm denied to meet the President of the country. What inclusivity do we speak about? What is inclusivity? How do you define it? But that is not the question. Let me go to the question. Mr. President, you happen to be the leader of the party that is in public office, ruling party called SWAPO. Excellency President, your organization, through its own industry, is building nearly a headquarter costing nearly $1 billion. It would have been a very private affair had your institution or the party that you lead was not a party in public office. Your organization is building a $780 million headquarters. We have not seen your institution having sought local commercial loans to finance this office. If indeed you did, please explain to us. Or have you gotten international loans from which commercial banks you would be able to tell us? Because this is a question of transparency. The company that is building your party's headquarters is a company competing with various other tenders in the country. And we get scared that this company has offered to build this building for you, but what is the arrangement? Is the arrangement for it to get tenders? Or what is the arrangement? And I give it to you to explain. Secondly, because you lead that very party that is in public office, and in the context of transparency, there was allegations, credible allegations that says your own political campaign in your party during 2014 was financed by Fishrot. There are evidence of bank accounts that we possess, that have been circulated on social media of some regional coordinators and youth league leaders that receive huge amounts of money. The allegation might be true or not, but it is up to you to deny them. What I ask you, Mr. President, is why haven't you commissioned an internal investigation in your party to clarify the allegations? Why is it only left for the ACC or whoever to investigate? Why is the party in public office not investigating such allegations of corruption in its own ranks? Secondly, Mr. President,
That should be the third now.
third question. Rule 15, please. Your government knows that we have a backlog of over 300,000 houses. We proposed a One Namibia, One Plot policy. The high-level panel on economic, the high panel on economic recovery that you put made a very sound recommendation that it is true that we can be able to give equity and land to urban settlers, poor urban settlers for free. The budget that we have is not addressing the housing backlog and the need for land. Where is the government priority? Is the backlog of housing a tool that we used when we want to be voted? And when we are implementing budgets, we don't look at it. How are we addressing that recommendation of the High Economic Panel saying that we can give equity in the hands of the poor? Mr. President, farmers in the south of the country, in Musati, Varamba, nearly everywhere in this country, Beersheba, everywhere, have lost large herds of cattle, of stock, cattle, sheep and goat. Farmers are suffering. They have no SMEs to be given stimulus plan. What is your government? Together with affirmative action loan farmers that have taken huge loans, farmers that were hit by a 7-year compounded precarious drought situation in this country. How is your budget addressing? We are seeing farms being auctioned in newspapers. We are seeing farmers with no stock in the country. How are we reviving the livelihood of agriculture, which is the biggest sector?
Thank you. That's question number 4. Okay. I would like to
Speaker,
bring in.
don't worry. Yesterday
Let's go for the second round. You can come back.
No, please, no. No, we have tried that, Mr. Speaker. We have tried. I have two questions.
One more, and then we move on, please.
Two more, and then I'm done. Because I know the strategy. Honorable President, the fishing sector. I stood alone, together with the fishermen over the years, until you came to the party to say that the fishermen must be rescued. But we are seeing companies getting fishing quotas, mafia-related companies getting fishing quotas. Government has reduced the amount of fishermen from 4,500 to 1,500 that will get jobs. What is the stake of the fishermen in the new allocation of the fishing quotas, and how are the fishermen's rights are going to be protected? Will your government be ready to take some hergy as a company to court, at the international court, to be able to litigate in the interest of lost income of those fishermen? Lastly, you spoke robustly about the genocide talks. Mr. President, we all have national and international contacts. I'm very alive and very aware to the fact that the Germans have put these talks on tenterhooks. They have already agreed on a quantum that they want to pay our people. And I will not, for the sake of the negotiations, I will not reveal the quantum. But I'm very alive to the fact that they are using a number of arguments, diplomatic arguments, together with absorption capacities and many others, saying that we must receive that. Let it be known to President Steinmeier, and Angela Merkel, Chancellor, that we are not going to accept it. The question that I want to pose to you, Your Excellency, do you still have trust in these negotiations? Don't we need to recalibrate and re-strategize to make sure that we get what we want? Honorable President, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next. I'm now using the system, and the next honorable member has the floor. Bear in mind that the names that are appearing here are not necessarily your names where you are, and I need someone to help me. The Honorable Mukiolongo, I think he's seated somewhere. Is that where you are?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very
questions,
much.
please.
Your Excellency, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, allow me to present the question to His Excellency as follows. Mr. President, we cannot breathe. Chinese and Indian has flooded our market to the extent of spoiling and foremost killing the local pieces in our country. Especially we can start from here in Windhoek. We was having our shops like outfit shop, Otomio, Libello, those a quality shop what we was having in our country. They are closed down because of the Chinese. Selling their fakes. If you go to Shivalongo, there is no more business for black people. In North, it's closed down. There is no more. People that was having their depots, people that was having their little shop closed down because of the Chinese. What is that exclusion? What we have Chinese and Indian. They don't pay tax and they don't want to use our local bank. What is that if we owe it to this nation which we cannot return for them to leave Namibia? Mr. President, if you are unable to move or order Chinese and Indian, please allow us to move them in order to protect Namibia and it is the people economically. We cannot have Chinese who are manufacturing, wholesaling, and again retailing. They should leave wholesale and retailing to the Namibian people. In Africa, there was a man called Red Indiamini, Dada, in Uganda. This man was a strong man. I want you, Mr. President, I want to give you this power. I want to give you this power as a Commanding-Chief of Economic Freedom Fighting Namibia. I want to give you this power like India Amin. I want you to I give you this power only for 90 days to see this Chinese in Hosea Kutako Airport. Please, if it's not, we take action. Mr. President, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Member of the Honorable Member, if Mr. President you are unable to assist in this regard, we will organize Namibians to assist you. Namibia is all we have. And the second question is, Mr. President, the nation is hungry to hear from you. Can you tell us, are you a part of the fish lot or anyone in your family linked to this scandal?
You're done?
My last question. This morning, in social media, there was a circulating that you and some of your cabinet ministers, you was having a private meeting to close down in Namibia, to replace with a private company. And that private company saying you're having a share. It is true or not?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, member.
Thank you. We move on to the next honorable member, the Honorable Mike Kavekotora.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I have a few questions. Some of the questions has already been taken over by my previous colleagues. My first question is, first of all, I want to congratulate Mr. President for saving Namibia 4 billion Namibian dollars by cancelling the tender that was awarded to China and whose prices were inflated. But recently there was another development. And it goes like, Mr. President, you went to China. What the discussions were in China, we don't know. But on your return, we are informed that the very same tender that were cancelled, it will now be awarded to China. The question is, can the Honorable, the President, Mr. President, confirm that? And if so, at what cost is this tender being awarded to China? My second question is, Mr. President, you also spoke about cancelling independence celebrations and so on, but it was also reported that you had a party for the birthday of your political party. And the opposition parties went to the police to report that you were in breach of some of the regulations of COVID-19. And in the beginning, there were denials, including a denial by the chief of the police, Mr. Deitunga, to say SWAPO have done nothing wrong. Now, subsequent to that, Mr. President, you admitted and you apologized. And the rumor has it that either you or SWAPO has paid $2,000. That is at the backdrop of individual members of the society who, if they were found by the police having breached the COVID, they pay individually an amount of $2,000. Now the question is, first of all, who paid the $2,000? Is it Mr. President, yourself, or is it the SWAPO party? One. But the more critical question is, either Mr. President, yourself, or SWAPO now has a criminal record, because this breach constitutes a criminal record. The question is, if it's you, Mr. President, why do you think that you still need to continue to be the president of this country with a criminal record? The second question is that, Mr. President, you alluded to the fact that the 2019 elections were heavily contested. You might recall that my party and some others challenged the 2019 presidential election in the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court effectively ruled that the use of EVMs without verifiable paper trail is invalid and it's unconstitutional. And that is what you, Mr. President, started off with in your speech, that you are here to protect and defend the Constitution of this country. Now, the courts, the Supreme Court of this country, through Chief Justice Shivute, ruled the election of 2019 invalid and unconstitutional. Would it be strange, therefore, if people in some circles called you an EVM president? And lastly, Mr. President, in your speech, you spoke about the discussions that you have with the German government. But the only outcome of that discussion after a long, costly exercise was an apology. The question is, does the apology justify the S&D and the air travel between Windhoek and Berlin? And on top of that, it has been, we know that this particular motion came through Parliament. But the German Parliament, at many occasions, are actually throwing these discussions out of their Parliament. Are we negotiating in good faith with the Germans? Are the Germans serious in this negotiation process? Or are we and your government just being paid lip service in this negotiation process? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Honorable Murorwa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, honorable members of this August House. Allow me to convey kind regards from the leadership of the members of the UDF to His Excellency Dr. Hage Geingob, the President of Namibia, and Madam Geingob, our First Lady, the Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, and Madam Mbumba, the founding President, His Excellency Dr. Sam Nujoma, in absentia, and Madam Nujoma, also in absentia, and also His Excellency Dr. Bohamba and Madam Bohamba in absentia. We wish you all a very good health under these trying times of COVID-19 pandemic and beyond. Your Excellency Dr. Geingob, we thank you for the very swift action you took and the foresight you portrayed in trying to minimize the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the Namibian nation. We applaud you for the good work and the fact that your foresight and the grace of God, the Almighty, so far has spared the Namibian people from any COVID-19 related deaths. Your Excellency, it is our humble belief in the UDF that all development in Namibia are aimed at benefiting the people on the ground. We are specifically very grateful for the upgrading of the Swakopmund, Henties Bay, Uis Corrigas and Kamayab Road to a bitumen standard. Although the construction pace seemed to have been affected negatively by the COVID-19 pandemic. Your Excellency, we hope that the completion of this road will impact the economic livelihoods of these towns positively with the enhancement of the buying power in these towns by the flow of traffic users on this road. Your Excellency, it is, however, with grave concern that we learn that this road is to pass a few kilometers away from those towns and that the inhabitants of those towns are not going to benefit economically from the traffic flow near their towns. Your Excellency, President of Namibia, the same happened to Otavi town, and it also nearly happened to Karabeb town, but thanks to the fact that this aspect was reviewed and positively reconsidered. The U-turn just after the flyover bridge near Karabeb was constructed, and today everybody can testify how busy the shops and filling station in Karabeb are, thus providing a positive livelihood to the people of this town. I am therefore pleading with you, Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Namibia, that the designed route of the Swakopmund Kamayab Road be reviewed to go through these towns to benefit the people on the ground instead of next to the towns. In conclusion, Your Excellency, Dr. Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia, it is also with very great concern that we have noted that no appropriation has been made in this 2020-2021 financial budget for the continuation of the construction of the above-mentioned road, which is, as we are speaking, halted some 18 kilometers from Hendy's Bay en route to Uis. Your Excellency, Dr. Geingob, due to the upgrading of this road also to a bitumen standard, the regular grading of the road is not being done at the required intervals, and this makes the road very unsafe for use by ordinary traffic. I therefore once again humbly plea with your high office to please look into the positive consideration for the refinancing of this very important development project. I thank you very much for your kind consideration.
Thank you. The next is the Honorable Sebep.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Peter Katjavivi. That time, that time the Vice Chancellor of the University of Namibia. I hope it's still in a good condition.
It's still the same guy.
Aha, that's good to hear. Now, Honorable Bernardus Warbwe, leader and chief change campaigner of LPM, the last man standing to defend the legacies of Captain Hendrik Witbooi, Kwame Nkrumah, Marcus Garvey, and Chief Cornelius Korese. Some don't want to attend the Gaup Festival because they don't like Cornelius Korese. And of course, President Hage Geingob, I also applaud you, especially the last part of your speech. It was very good, excellent. But I think next time you need to hire much more better script writers. I think this time the writers let you down a little bit. It's just a revolutionary advice. Now, President Geingob, I'm just asking this as I recall my good friend Omep Ahusa Geingob, my dear good friend who departed this earth. He was very dear to me. We drove, I remember, to Katima, to Rundu, traveling around the length and breadth of this country. But as Thomas Hobbes said, he died a brutish, nasty, solitary life. And I don't want that to happen under President Geingob's regime. President Geingob, having said that, we hope that the endless cry of the business community, in particular our SME sector, to see the long-awaited Namibia Investment Promotion Act, that will see a real drive to grow local industries, that will be enacted and implemented within this financial year. It must not pass this year. We must be intentional and patriotic as leaders in speedily implementing policies and measures to support local businesses, particularly our SMEs, especially in these tough, trying times. The merciless invasion of foreign businesses, such as criminal and corrupt Jack Huang, Stinahu, in economic activities that can be done by our locals, has been deliberately allowed in the name of competition. That must stop. We don't want anything to do with others that come and try to steal our people's resources. Being allowed by the deep state, of course, the kleptocrats must stop it. President Geingob, you have informed the nation that you are moving the SME development function of this ministry under your office with the establishment of the envisaged Namibia Board of Trade. Although this is a scary move, as we know your close deep state ties with the likes of your some dodgy character friends, we would like to know how soon this board is coming into effect, as well as once this function comes under the presidency. Could you clarify if it will still be regulated under the Ministry of Trade and Industry, or it will function like the National Planning Commission, or completely separate as a unit under your office with its own regulations. We are also worried about the franchising bill. We can't allow a situation whereby monopoly franchisers dominate this country and even prescribe to us what we should do. The concern here is the fact that the Ministry of Trade allows monopoly franchising, who seems to have extraterritorial rights over a sovereign country, and continue to block new Namibian entrants into some of these new lucrative markets. I take, for example, the Kentucky Fried Chicken. It must stop. MNZ, for example. No law in this world should allow a multinational company to dictate to a sovereign country the rules of engagement under World Trade Organization in the context of globalization. Crystal clear on this matter. The continued blocking of young entrepreneurs to access some of the lucrative franchise license undermines the territorial integrity of the country and sends a disturbing message. On the grape farming, the last two now. On the grape farming, we know that the grape farming industry makes around about 1 billion per year. I'm talking in particular about the Ocean Cape. The delegation carried by a young, dynamic Domingandala last year undertook a visit to North Uver and Ocean Cape. And she was walking. Apparently you have a street named there after you, Dr. Hage Geingob, the first director of elections of Namibia, of SWAPO, the first campaigner of SWAPO, the first prime minister. Apparently there is a long list of titles written there, including you being a scholar, of course.
Of course.
Now, the grape farming community needs an urgent housing. I know government in the past pumped in around about 100 million, but the people are still living in the reed houses. When the nature calls, they go to Orange River. How long are we going to witness that scenario? Here, the Honorable Bernardo Swarboy, whom you were not supposed to fire, he could have made you the rock star of a sub-Saharan African state. When he was the governor there, he fought hard at least for the development of the housing units to be developed there. Oh.
Okay.
I can hear the... No, I'm listening to the president. He's trying to say something.
I've got two questions now.
No, it's not now. I'm advising, a revolutionary advice. Just put in 50 million there, just to develop some housing units for those people. It's not good to see a fellow human being living in shacks. Whereas those guys there, the white monopoly capital guys, built a spa, they build tops or whatsoever things, people are drinking freely there. But the workers go and sleep in shacks. So please, and when you, previously, when you were disturbed by yourselves, don't advise and only go and address the people from the cabinet. Because I overheard you saying that when you were a little bit angry, President. And please, this year, if COVID is over, attend the Damara Geingob Festival and Nama Festival. Please, because these questions are coming from Facebook. People are texting me to say, please ask the President to attend the Damara Geingob Festival this year. Remember when we were students, we used to visit you, and then you went to attend for the first time in your life the Damara Geingob Festival. Don't only run to Olufuko and other things, please. I so submit, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you.
Katjavivi.
Next, Honorable Dr. Iyambo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Namibia, Dr. Hage Geingob, Honorable Speaker, Members of Parliament, fellow Namibians. Otherwise, I stand by the protocol already established. Let me start with an 1890 quote by Charles Darwin. Scholars will be in the know as to who is Charles Darwin. You too. Charles Darwin is one of those guys. Go Perus. And I quote, it is not the strongest of species that survives, nor the most intelligent, neither the rich, but the ones most responsive to change. Charles Darwin, 1890. Honorable Speaker, His Excellency the President of Namibia. Amidst the current COVID-19 pandemic, I recognize the need to address this plight, which I believe with our resources at our disposal, we cannot go very far. Thus, the following questions. How does government plan to address this worsening debt problem, which future generations seem unable to escape? And who is to pay it for them if all our mines are used up? How far are we from borrowing from IMF for budgetary support and risk losing some of our sovereignty because of the structural reform conditions which will certainly be imposed? And I want to remind us that we all remember the educational structural reform of the IMF and the World Bank, which devastated Africa. We are in the know that an amount of 47 million was spent on lawyers in the United Kingdom to research about the genocide. What tangible findings or recommendations transpired from this exercise to support the ongoing dialogue with German government? And also, did the country get the value for the money? The fish rot negatively affected every Namibian in all corners of this country. The national expectation, national meaning, expectation from Namibians for the executive to pronounce itself so far resulted into very loud and clear silence. Doesn't the nation deserve thorough scrutiny and explanation? If Air Namibia gets liquidated or privatized, will it be a trend for all state-owned enterprises? The second last question. Are our intelligence agencies commissioned to investigate the origin of the deadly, invisible pandemic? His Excellency mentioned the pandemic having destroyed humanity more than the 2 world wars. Is COVID-19 not an escapee from laboratories as a 3rd World War? With those pertinent questions, I feel obliged to remind us all that we all collectively are part of the solution. And I thank you.
Thank you. Next, the Honorable Dr. Winyangwe.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Namibia. Honorable Speaker, my fellow member here, Honorable Seipep, told me that today I am demoted. I have 2 questions. The first one is also on the issues of genocide and reparation, but not necessarily on the so-called bilateral talks between the 2 governments. It's more about, I recall, I think it was 2017, there was a meeting that took place at the State House between His Excellency the President and traditional leaders of the Nama Traditional Leaders Association and the Ovairo Traditional Authority. Now, I remember that at that meeting, the traditional leaders made some suggestions, and my impression was that His Excellency the President was very much impressed by the model that was put on the table. And I was very excited as well because His Excellency the President told the meeting that within 2 weeks or so, another meeting was about to be called. It is now almost 3 years, and I'm still convinced, Mr. President, that such a meeting is very important. So my question is His Excellency the President still planning to call that meeting? And if so, when would that meeting happen? My second question, last year I have learned that the government of the Republic of Namibia was hard at work to repatriate Nama and Overhero people from Botswana. These are people who did not choose to go to Botswana, but they fled as per the extermination order of Lothar von Trotter. I have learned that there was a committee to organize the logistical arrangements and to facilitate the process of repatriation. My first question is, how far is that committee with the arrangements, and is there a date already decided when these people will come back? How inclusive is this committee? I mean, are the members of the affected communities represented in this committee? If yes, how were they selected? And lastly, I'm very much interested to know that should these people come back to Namibia, which is of course their motherland, where are they going to be resettled? Are they going to be dumped in GAM as well, like the others? While we know that GAM does not have the necessary basic services and facilities, we are fully aware of the socio-economic conditions in which these people are living. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. For this round, I'm calling on the Honorable Matthias Mbundu to take the floor. Your questions, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
The party is
RP.
Yes, you may continue, please.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Your Excellent President of the Republic of Namibia, I and the Republican Party of Namibia, with the people, so would like to ask the President to tell us what is exactly the agreement with the Chinese government, with the government of Namibia. Because if we can see, the Chinese are scattered all over, so in the Republic of Namibia. So secondly, people are asking that Your Excellent President, using the private house, is the government paying you private instead of using the State House? I thank you.
Thank you. Your Excellency, I think let's allow you the time to respond to those questions. Quite a number. And
well, thank you very much. Firstly, the young opposition party leader, official opposition party leader, thank you very much for your questions. You are asking me what do I mean by inclusivity. I even say that inclusivity spells harmony. Exclusivity spells conflict. All my life, I've been fighting for inclusivity and unity. All my life. When I had to join SWAPO, 62, I couldn't join because there was Swanu and Swapo, and there were two. And I said, and some were saying Swanu is for Hereros and Swapo for Ovambos. And I said, which one do I join? I'm neither of the two. Why don't you unite if you are fighting for the same cause? They're in Chumeb, not in exile. And late Kodongiri and Professor Gerina signed the agreement in '62, claiming that Swapo and Swanu have united. Because of that, I joined. I said, now you are doing what I want to do, because why are we divided? We're fighting for the same cause. And then we have been working with Swanu. I was with Swanu. People in my house, they come and ask us to Windhoek. So unity to me is a sine qua non for building a country. Now to doubt maybe that we are not serious about uniting, I don't know what is meant by that. One day, apparently, the Honorable Benane said that I asked for the post of the Vice President so that we can look at different ethnic groups and so on to balance. But apparently, I'm only balancing Ovambos. I don't know whether it's true or not. But the point is, I am for unity. I am for inclusivity. I will do my best to unite people. Because if you don't unite, there could be a civil war. Who gains out of that? So it's difficult to unite people because there are different interest groups and so on. But we, the leaders here, must start. You are young. You are telling me, old man, I'm going to go. You will suffer. Unite. You are the ones who have to start to unite. Tribalism is carried out by young people, not old people. I'm telling you. Wait a minute, you will answer. You know. I'm talking about tribalism today. Can I make my, when you were asking, I didn't know. I'm telling you, it is young people. To my surprise, they don't understand unity. If I can talk about my party or any, if we are trying to hide that, I will tell you it's young people. Okay, so let me just answer you, sir, that I believe in unity. I was brought up in completely mixed communities, the farms, even of Germans. All the Germans, the farm I grew up earlier, they had to speak Damara and Herero. All the Germans, old ones, had to do that. We were just playing as kids, so I don't have a problem about uniting with black, white, or yellow. Only thing is we must also share equally. So that's my motto. So if you agree, join me. That's my belief. I believe in Namibia's small population, big country. Why can't we unite? So that's how, you can doubt it, but that's my belief. That's how I believe in it. A record is there to prove. Party headquarters, I didn't want to answer that. To start with, first, it's none of the business of I think, anybody. Because, yeah, it's, am I going to ask you about your house? This is, firstly, let me answer, I preface it to make my point. Firstly, SWAPO, maybe it's envied. Throughout about 30 years, we have been collecting money. We have, not you said 30 years ago, we started to say we must build our own party headquarters. And we have been collecting money. I will prove to you, we got 30 million from our own members. 30 million. I can show you, go and look at it. If you are not SWAPO proper, you didn't pay, we were paying. We were paying monthly. This is a dialogue now.
Please. We need to do it within a given time.
But furthermore, I'm just trying to introduce how we want to do things for ourselves. I'm telling you 30 million. I can prove it. I can prove it. You want to come and see, we can see it. When we're doing it, we said 30 million came from the membership. And then to tell you about who is building it. I said actually, no loan from anybody. No loan from anybody. The house is built by SWAPO party companies' money. SWAPO party companies, registered companies, not illegal. Yeah, you ask, I'm answering now, you go do something else. We know that kind of reasoning, you know? Yeah, truth sometimes hurts. I am saying to go and investigate. It's open books. It's open books. We said no loan from anybody. I said that in a meeting. We must pay. SWAPO party companies must pay. And we took money from them, 400 million, including that one, yes. Yes, we have shares there. What's the secret? That's your problem. Who cares? I'm answering to the question.
Let's have order, please. Please. Let's go through the questions orderly, please. Yeah.
This is built by SWAPO's money. No loan even from a bank. And we advertise for companies to apply. It was in the papers. There was no such a transparency in this country than that one. Put in newspapers, and those companies competed. It is true, maybe, yeah, there are 40. There's a Secretary General sitting here. So briefly, if you want to know that we can open the books, that is built by SWAPO, with SWAPO companies' money. Even just recently, I said in a meeting, we will never take loan from anybody. So that's the answer. So I say, I'm giving you the answer. Unless you prove me wrong, I can prove it to you. Okay.
Please, let's...
Then, something about corruption. Corruption, huh? Yeah. Oh, questions, yeah. Very good. Okay, firstly, about corruption. Fish rot. Firstly, SWAPO's, and I was advised by my lawyers not to discuss a thing which is in a court. That's why we all had people are in court, this is in a court. But as for SWAPO, we can give you the SWAPO audited book. If donations were made to Article, let's wait for the case. The case is there, it's going to be out. It's public, people are in jail. SWAPO members, they're in jail. The case is in the court, so let's wait. The second one, you see what happened is that when they were, that I have to answer. When somebody said from this company, the television group, they asked me a question. El Yasera. Then I wrote them just two questions. No, I gave them my history. To them, I can put it to you, who I am. And I told them, look, I had all chances, UN jobs, institute, paid D2 salaries, World Bank when they were about getting this. I resigned from there and came back. So if money was a problem, there is another way I could have made money. At my age, I told them now, at my age, why should you have made me, not you, but people have made me a president. You're not the conditions of a president. Conditions of a president. Why should I go and destroy that? I have only a few years to go. Why should I go be so stupid? I'm not that stupid. So I don't need it. Huh? Please. Corruption is a thing some of us who started to work on corruption. It's mine, it's me. I fought for that anti-corruption commission to come into, it was opposed. It took time with Rupel and us working on it. 4 years it took. You. So, as I said, this is a case in the court. It will be open court. Things are going to be reviewed. Why are you in a hurry? It's the courts. Are you not going to say if I, as a president, will interfere, that I am interfering with the judiciary? You wouldn't say that? You? I would like to cry too much. Are you not going to say that? As for SWAPO, I don't know why they want to talk about SWAPO, but I know that that's a recognition that we are a super party. Because yeah, you were SWAPO, you were corrupt, maybe you were dead, we'll kick you out. That's the reason, maybe. So you were there. Yeah, we can follow up very soon. Anyway, you see, when we just use the word corrupt,
No, let's
it doesn't make it serious. It's a serious crime. So if you play around with it, it loses the meaning. If you overuse it, I said it long time ago, don't call anybody just corrupt. Even a corrupt and say, that's what they always say. But if you use the word carefully, when you say Saibeb is corrupt, which is the case, then he will shiver. Then he will shiver. I said if English language is very clear. But you were shouting me, I'm corrupt. You were shouting there.
No, I'm not is it directed to you?
To withdraw what? I said if English language is very... but you were calling me corrupt. No, I didn't say probably. I didn't say probably.
Yeah. No, I think. No.
You have been calling us the whole day corrupt. You have been, so you are through then.
Let's deal with the issue.
Then,
Okay, please, yes, please, assume your seat. Let's deal with that. Oh, yes. No, because you need to be seated, please. No, that is the, no, just be seated first. I don't, did you actually refer to the colleague as being corrupt?
I said if.
Huh?
Go and get the recording.
If.
We are civilized, go and get the recording.
No.
I will not go.
No.
I will not withdraw unless we withdraw calling us. I'm SWAPO.
No, please.
Two of you are talking. What kind of behavior is this?
Let's have order, please.
Two of you, look at it.
Yeah. No. Yeah. No. Let me tell you the word used. No. Please. Yeah. The word the president. The president, according to the people who are close to him. No. Please. No. Please, let's have order. Let's over.
You are just talking. You cannot teach me anything, by the way. You can't teach me anything.
The president used the word if. That is the underlining. Can I ask?
I will never withdraw anything I didn't say. I cannot withdraw a thing I didn't say.
No, please. Let's calm down. Yeah, let's calm down. No. You. No.
I will never.
Sit down, sit down. Let me tell you, normally if an unparliamentary language is used, no, parliamentary language, it must, because it be recorded, it will be recorded, it will be on the records. No, I'm just saying, Yes, no, but the president did not imply you, Honorable Saipov, as
Comrade Speaker, these things are recorded.
Yes.
They are recorded.
Yes.
Go and listen to my speech.
Yes.
These things are recorded.
Okay. Let's verify. Let us verify that. No, we'll verify that. Yes. We can, no, please don't shout. Don't shout like that. Yeah. No. Please calm down. No. I will undertake to ensure what language has been used. I asked the two officials here, what did they hear? And they just confirmed to me, because they are nearer, that if, the word if, yes.
If. Go and check the recording.
No. The word.
Principle.
Please come. We will not. Can I just say this? In any case. Wait, please. Wait. This is a normal approach. No, please. A normal approach. When there is doubt, we have to verify the facts. And there's no way we can get into the records now. But that's something we are going to verify. I will undertake to verify that to make sure. Yeah. No, please. No. Yeah. Please. Yeah. Comrade President, please, can you continue responding so
Yes,
we can finish? No, please.
As I said, when the people of that company asked, I told them that. And since the case is going on, it will be a public trial. Why don't you wait? People are in jail. Huh? As for SWAPO investigation, I don't know internal what you mean by that. That is our own business. We have already met. We had a meeting to review. It's a year of introspection. Not only this, but I made a long speech, but that's SWAPO business, that we must look into all the things, including results from the elections. Look at what we have done, that's our own. You will understand that. And then the uploads, I agree with that. It was about to be done. There is even still an issue going on since the young people occupied the land as I was coming in office. We agreed with them, and that has been going on. It will be done. We agree with you there. Land plots, free plots, even the high-level panel I had proposed that. That is being studied. But then all of a sudden you get COVID, what I call independent intervening variables. You are doing this, and it is an independent variable, and therefore diverts you. Then, how we assisting farmers by drought? Yes, farmers are assisted First, the Land Agricultural Bank was approached, or not approached, but decided for those who own the farm loans to give them grace period. That is, I think 3 months, what is it? What, huh? Yeah. That goes a long, thank you very much. That goes a long way. So that's the answer. You are saying 1 said 1 year, that means attention is paid to it. 2 years, 1 year. So attention is paid on the farmers. What will happen to unemployed fishermen? Firstly, the fishermen that you are claiming, you are talking about them. That is a blatant untruth. Well, it's your word. No. That's not true. That's not true. I had town hall meetings. I was in Swakopmund. No. I had town hall meeting. We'll get the dates.
Yeah.
We'll get the dates. This is recorded.
Please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I do too.
Yeah.
I am saying don't give me the ultimatums too. I said I had a town hall meeting at which I was confronted by fishermen. Fishermen confronted me there in town hall meeting. We discussed, we debated, and I told them, firstly, you went on an illegal strike. No, it's not. Please let me talk. Illegal strike. Illegal strike. And you didn't consult me that time. Now you are saying I'm not doing anything. I had at my town hall meetings, that thing came up. That is before these new developments, where they were fighting with me. So I was involved in that. I said, okay, we'll look into that. But it was at the public town hall meeting in Swakopmund. So unemployed fishermen already, I think, you must have read how they are going to be reinstated. Some companies were given extra quotas with the condition that they must absorb those people. 3,000, I think, have already been absorbed, isn't it? Minister? 1,300. Yes, and the rest are still lined up. Even yesterday, Minister Fisheries was saying that they are on the line. He's going to absorb. He was on TV talking about it. So the issue is being addressed. Yeah, 1,300, yes. Those are now being considered. By 1,000, there were 3,000, I think. 5,000. So already about 1,300 employed. Companies were given quotas with a purpose that they must pick them up. That's a condition. Well, quotas are just being given to dubious companies. I don't know. What we are doing is to publish. We already told the minister to be transparent. We must publish. Now it's even first to cabinet to publish, including the names of those who are holding shares. You will be surprised. And then genocide, since two people have a serious matter to ask it. Firstly, I am not supposed to say that but genocide issue has moved now. And I'm told, and Vice President is the man in charge. So I got a report just yesterday even, how far they are now. And it is said Germans came around about genocide as a concept. It could be that kind of a thing, but they say it was post-World War II phenomenon. But they have agreed, as I was trying to define it, I was trying to say that whatever it is, if they were targeting group of people, whether it is new or not, it happened 100 years ago, that tantamount to genocide. So that is now accepted, I'm told. And then if you did something wrong, you must apologize. And that they have agreed apparently to come at a higher level to apologize. Maybe here in the parliament we're saying that's the best. I hope we're not going to attack them. They're talking. So that's also online. Then apparently do good. If something was wrong, you apologize, you must do good. That's now about either money or projects or whatever. They are there now. But apparently to do good in the areas where there are people, the areas are named actually about 8 areas, or 8 or 7, where it is said where descendants are living, and they must address those areas by developing whatever and so on, and that is going to come. I hope we'll also invite everybody to have an input. As you can see, as you can see, with the land conference we already started about the construction of some kind of shrines in areas we know where people were killed or there was some serious thing. Starting with the house of Chief Hosea Kutako, that is done. Budget was put after the land conference. The drawings are done, approved, but this issue interrupted that. So that is, I think we must stand together. I said we shouldn't give the Germans a chance to laugh at us. I also said that meeting to go maybe to her. I said even if we are going to agree with Germans, and if only about 1,000 Herero-speaking people or Nama, I said we're not part of that. That's not going to solve the problem. So Germans shouldn't laugh at us. Therefore, it should be that we hold hands. That's where I can jump to cover the same thing. We had that meeting. Firstly, the meeting was called because of 2 of us were friends who parted, Rugoro and I. So yeah, we're not seeing each other, you know. So I said, so I said, you must come to my house as a family with your wife, may her soul rest in peace, so we can meet as families, not discuss. So we did that. And after that, we got Ben Saruka, who was involved, families. Thereafter, I then called that meeting. That meeting, there we discussed, I said there will be no way of having trilateral kind of delegations. There will only be government's delegation, 2 delegations, is government to government. But we must have our people to join government delegation, and that way we can move together, not to give Germans to laugh at us. Okay, and there was a question to remove my professor. I said, that's a man I respect. I asked him to come, he came, I will not humiliate him. So we'll keep him, go around him. I was never given an offer of deputies. I had it through grapevine. That apparently the group went back and agreed that they will accept Kavirwe and come under him, but could there be 2 deputies? That was not said in the meeting. So when I heard that, I said, okay, that's not the issue we've agreed, but Vice President must now continue, because I have others to do too. So Vice President was continuing. I think he met some people, and I can call a meeting anytime, Madam. no problem. If you ask me to do that, I can call a meeting and we can go because it's now getting crucial. And Germans shouldn't get a chance to escape and say we are disagreeing. So I can call a meeting and that we can go and just report. I will get the people who are negotiating to come there and report and see way forward, how do we do it? That's how I can answer about that. It's a thing we must take seriously. Not to look like we are divided. And so we have those two. Oh, yeah, nobody supports the offered amount, I think. First, they offered 10 million euro. Honestly, an insult. Insult. We said that's an insult. Now there is something else, but when we call a meeting, they can tell you there what it is. And then we can move on, because I would like us to be together. Germans shouldn't make issue, I cannot say it diplomatically. Diplomatically, they are saying something about me, but that's all right. But I don't want us to be, I will tell you privately, divided by them. Germans. Now divided by Germans. Divided by Germans. Divided by Germans. Divided by Germans. I will invite you to genocide. That's what I'm saying. That's what I said. Well, you see, you don't pull a person. Say, if I say come to the meeting, you don't come, what do I do? I must drag you. Come to the meetings. What effort do I need to make? You must just come,
please.
let's solve the problem.
Yeah. Yeah.
No dialogue. Yes, no foreign companies must not be allowed. Oh, this is the same, these things. You finish? That's different. Oh, but the honorable, yeah. Then he does, now Muyongo now. Now it's finished. Okay, the Murongo.
Murorwa. Murorwa.
Mungulongo. Yeah, Mungulongo, not Murongo. Chinese. Chase them out. Bring your forces. If you are saying you will do it. Okay. The power you gave me, give it to me. First, I didn't bring Chinese here. Chinese came like any other foreigners who are coming here. They came like any other foreigners, maybe 10 years ago or so on, or 20 years ago. So if you are saying, are you going to listen or what do I do now?
Please.
First, comrades, not comrades, all of them. We are talking in public place. And we are saying chase them out, Chinese and Indians. Everybody's going to hear that. Namibians were helped by these people. Whether you were there or not, they did help us. These countries were helping us during the struggle. I'm just saying, is it good? It's also racial. It's also a racial thing. Okay, if you want to say it, I'm not going to do that. We have invited, we are having everybody here in this country. And if Chinese are killing our people, as I said, I went to China when I was a Minister of Trade. When I was in North, there was nearly a fight between Namibians and Chinese. And I said, comrades, give me a chance. That's a big power. Let me go and tell, as a Minister of Trade. I went and told them, look, your people are not behaving well in our country. They don't pay required level of salaries, no overtime, and therefore, and also are competing with the small people. We talk about investment, but not you to come and compete with our small. I said that. And then After that, Chinese answered. We opened up our country 30 years ago. There are some private companies too who go on their own. But government companies will be controlled. But he said there are good Chinese and bad Chinese, as you maybe have bad Namibians and good Namibians. And therefore, if Namibians break your law, if they break your law, let your law take its course. Foreign Minister of China came here, in English he addressed people and say, obey the laws of Namibia. And same thing we discuss daily, if they break the laws, and I said as an African, problem with us is people come, no, the Chinese told me, when I told them, capitalism here, what is going on here? They said, look, we have changed. But whoever comes here comes on our terms. Chinese told me that. And I keep on using that. Why did we allow people to come on their terms? Whoever comes here must come on our terms, Africa as a whole. So that's what we are saying. If they do something wrong, we allow them. You will be telling a lie to yourself. It's true. So mixed economy is what is required in our constitution. So you cannot just go and say, no, company must come here when they come to invest. They must not come and do wrong things, that's the issue. When I was a Minister of Trade, I was telling people to come and invest in Namibia. And they are doing that too now, others. So the question is they shouldn't come on their terms. They shouldn't invest in certain areas. The law was being amended when I was there, where we identified first essential goods like uranium to belong to government. It's quite controversial. And then also to reserve certain things to Namibians. That bill was delayed. I left the trade, it's not yet. It's passed now, huh? Yeah, so that's, we have to do, I'm not in a parliament.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the same thing about we shouldn't have the foreigners to come here and so on. But we're not the island, comrades, honorable members. I don't think we can say we must just close our doors. Look at what is pandemic. World is cooperating. It is teaching us to hold hands. But they shouldn't come and do things as they want. They should obey our laws. But when you talk about these Chinese, who built the breweries place, the breweries near Otabi, Horongo Cement. We talk here Chinese, but when you are going to see companies, partnership with many Africans, Namibians, blacks. Yeah, we will reveal these things. And I don't say anything wrong, but it's true that some of the people who are talking Chinese are partners of Chinese in some companies. Yeah. Then next, we now go, I think I'm taking too long. Honorable,
Okay.
if I didn't answer all the questions. It really, if you get it right, I can answer you. But I try to answer, and if I really left out, it's not because I want to leave it out. Next, we have EFF, Chinese, I answered. Mike. Firstly, the airport. This is a China airport. Tender. The current one or the one I stopped? What we are doing openly, publicly, is that Chinese, as people, not the company was involved, but Chinese are interested. And we Comrade Kale, negotiate if you want to build. You have never done anything here for us as we've done other countries. So why don't you give us good conditions to build that airport? Negotiations are going on. It has gone down to what is called as good conditions. We are still studying that. We never agreed. There's no agreement, by the way. No agreement. We are looking at the conditions, and with these problems we have, if they are good, like a discount of close to about 40 or 30 or 50, then I think we'll agree with me that it will be a good deal. Even from that amount of 7 billion, already is down to about 3 billion only. So there was something, and therefore, if it is a good deal, I will invite you and ask you, do you accept? I'll do that actually. So here are the conditions. Do you think we must accept? Leaders, I can do that. So that you can see, we don't have to do secret deals, you know. But if the deal is good, maybe they are a little bit embarrassed, and they want to come and reduce the price, give us a grant, which we're discussing because we don't get grants, because we are too rich. So that will be the case. And we'll make it, I will make it a point to ask new Minister of Finance and Kale to come and discuss, show you what it is. What is no secret. Huh? Now, if they are giving, you see, if you are agreeing with the government to government, so they can benefit. If you are going to get 30% grant, or 40, you agree. That's far cheaper. Common sense. I withdraw that. I withdraw that. Okay. UDF, thank you very much. Oh, Mike, oh, okay. Oh, Chinese, and then airport, and then birthday party of SWAPO. I don't know how many of you are former members of SWAPO. We are very proud of SWAPO. I don't know how many of them are members of SWAPO. The comrade were asking me. So you couldn't expect us. You couldn't expect us not to recognize that day. Yeah, okay, we're coming. We already agreed to that. What is the issue? Yeah. But we had to recognize that day. And it is not our intention to have people who came as essential workers. If you have 3 presidents, president, vice president, prime minister, deputy, former president, it's a lot of people. Security, who are known as essential workers. So, only reason we have accepted the guild is because there was a cake, and what happened is that people were seen now. They didn't observe the rules, distancing, social distancing. That's why we thought it was wrong. There were no Delimane there, as you said, no Delimane. It's a records being played. So we said now to give the example to other parties who are breaking the law. Let's accept. To set the example, it's a ruling party. So you want to do the same too. Many of you were caught. Some of you had a funeral or something like that. Yes, over 50 people. No, everybody's swap. Okay, then we help me. Who? To us, party doesn't have body and run around to go and pay. Somebody must pay. You couldn't have SWAPO to go and pay. Does SWAPO have legs to run around? Somebody has to pay, and those who are in charge, somebody in a social organization who organized it. Who? Leaders were only 10. Leaders were only 10, but I told you there were other essential workers. No.
I think.
Well, anyway, that's the thing.
Let's stick to the questions.
Now we come to UTF. Germany, this one, yeah. Elections. Well, I really didn't want to answer that because it doesn't make you answer that question. The court said that the elections, the request was to rerun the elections and throw out the point was to rerun. And the court said, although there were no variable particle paper, they didn't throw out ask the election to be rerun. And the same judge swore me in.
Then go and appeal. Then he should go and appeal. He should go and appeal.
The court, the people who went to take the case didn't say there were irregularities in elections. They didn't say that. They didn't say that. Therefore, they are saying the election cannot be nullified because there were no irregularities. And go to the court. The court allowed, they swore me in. The chief judge swore me in. So why do you have to answer that kind of question? But why are you sitting with me here?
Okay,
But why are you sitting with me here? You call me president.
I don't think we should continue with the dialogue.
Yeah.
I think the President, continue to answer those questions, please. Yeah, and, please.
You say
please.
president. Which president?
Yeah.
Okay, let me go to Swan now. To UDF.
Honorable Murorwa.
UDF, thank you very much. You were the ones who really remind me of the days I was a parliamentarian, where there was, it doesn't matter. I look better than some who are older, younger than me. I know, I see there. UDF, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your polite and parliamentarian way of doing things. Thank you. About the road, very important road. When we're talking about developing our country, uniting our people, that's a way that we have a rim. Roads that have to round all over the country. So I'm glad that you are saying that roads are very important. Only thing is bypassing the towns, you are saying, but modern way is basically you have to have a bypass and not go in the center of the town. You will see they eventually come and build, right now for Windhoek, they're trying to build a bypass so you cannot come in the city with big trucks and so on. So, as you said, that brings development. And those areas which are neglected, they have that kind of a road will bring development. Yes, they can always, of course, have we will discuss it, but definitely the modern way is to build it to bypass the cities.
Mm-hmm.
It will grow one day. We are planning for tomorrow, not today. Well, again, Saibeb, Mr. Honorable Saibeb. What did you ask? Very complicated. Yeah. What did you ask? You are ready to help me. Oh, awesome care farmer, I just agree with you completely. I was there, I was so disgusted a long time ago. And I thought by people in the grass, what you call? Still? No, I definitely, that one we must just go, all of us, and just see to it that conditions must improve. All these years. Oh, for the first time. I know, I'll get you. You are just young people anyway. So that is good. It is one thing we agreed on. Why not? The board, what is the board thing? Investment board. Investment, yeah. That is going to come, but we have to do certain things to regularize the overlapping of laws. things before we do that, and it will be an independent board. It will be independent board where we are fashioning it on the basis of Rwanda's board. They did a very good thing, and they gave us advice. The lady from there came, we sat with her, and that's what we are trying to follow. But it will be transparent when we appoint somebody, and then new board should be announced, modeled on Singapore and Rwanda. It will be independent, of course. It will reside under presidency, but their own board. You will put you there. And then, okay, we agree on that one thing at least. Which was the second one? Housing. That's what I said, we agreed. Huh? Oh, I'm going backward. Thank you very much. Then, but you are young, but you look like old people. You're reasoning like old people. Yeah, but reasoning. Swanu, oldest party. Who said survival of the fittest? Who said survival of the fittest? Well, he was saying Charles Darwin quoted him and ended there. And so, okay, very good. Survival of the fittest is what he started with. And what is it? What is it?
I think it was the question of debts.
Oh, our debt. First, the minister, myself, cabinet, we are all concerned about ballooning debt. Very much. We had only local debt, basically. Our local debt was 72 in the beginning. But after, when you are planning, something else comes, and because of that, the debt stock, which has now even bypassed that of the SATEC threshold, that of 60%. We, therefore, Minister, we had to decide to have only 1 year budget so that we can do something during that time to definitely bring it down. It is not acceptable. It is because of independent intervening variables, as I say. We didn't expect as we were planning, expect the drought, the downturn of the economies, commodities, and so on. Then you had the drought, 3 years, as I came in drought, and then now you have this. Those are all independent variables. We didn't plan for that. It came now, we have to divert. First, I said about 3 billion we spend on the drought food. Now we are going to spend money on this thing, copper. So unfortunately, we are caught up in that, and I can agree more with all of you, that debt is not sustainable. We must just do something to reduce it. Okay? We are together there. And Minister didn't, you see, consolidation that we had, it looked bad, but if we didn't apply that consolidation, which made people lose jobs, we could have no situation. So I admit this debt is not manageable. We must just do something to reduce it by all means. Yeah. Your plan is coming. Noto, I answered part of the question, but, huh? Oh, that's part of the cost. That part of the, that will be part of the whole thing. Firstly, I was asked about unity. And I would have liked to have been applauded by my brother here, that I can take somebody from opposition to come to government, while independent, nobody will say to to join SWAPO and was condemned. So I don't know why. So that's part of trying to have people to hold hands, that we can pull in the same direction. Why should that small thing be attacked? So that's the way, as I said, you who are sitting here, you're not enemies. I said that. Your enemies are the poverty that we're fighting and yeah. So I said that. Are you enemies? Political enemies, maybe. Well, that's not good. Anyway, I'm trying to be serious to say, really, as we are building Namibia, let's hold hands. Let's belong to different parties, but know that this is the only country you have. We destroy it, we all suffer. And Namibia, yes, and Namibia must be liquidated, man. We have a very serious problem in Namibia. Yeah, let me tell you one thing. Were you in SWAPO that time? Maybe, yeah, maybe in SWAPO. Even a long time ago, it must be SWAPO. Firstly, Air Namibia was bailed out. Liquidation, or whatever it is being considered, is one of the things. First stopping roads like the Frankfurt one, some don't want that. But it must be restructured. And if liquidation is a thing, we must do that. It is not making any profits. Just being bailed out, no. We must do something about it. Agreed. Very good. What else? Intelligence. Huh? Huh? Oh, please. To say that COVID was from in the laboratories. I'm a political scientist, but not a natural scientist, so that's for you guys. To say something was made in a laboratory, that's beyond my oncology. Huh? Do you want me to waste money on investing to investigate where COVID comes from? To pay billions for that? Let other people do it with money. You'll get the results. Seriously speaking, that's not how we can spend money. Now, about the people, our people from Botswana. Firstly, I don't have full information on that. But what I know is that there's always been a talk that they must come back, those who want to come back. Botswana, let's say, under Kamas, what you call, talk to me about it, about cattle, as it happened last time too. We said they must come back, those who want to come back. That's where it is. Maybe slow, they have to renounce their citizenship there. They was also talking about this, our citizens, we educated them, and all kinds of things were said. But those who want to come back must come back. And maybe we'll give you a feedback. I cannot say where we are now. If they are coming, where are they going to be? Leaders. I went to GAM as a minister. When I came there, I said, why are you all just here? Why don't you spread out to be in all other regions? By that time, the feeling was that they wanted to be together. So we have to ask them maybe, but people must go and be resettled anyway. But if you are coming from some other place, you are a little bit worried. You don't know how it is going to be. So you want to stay with those whom you know. That's why that is happening. So either to buy farms around there, because there is a standing policy to buy farms adjacent to resettlements. So if they want to stay there, but to integrate our society, we must also encourage that they must go anywhere to be resettled properly. But if that fear is there, we must also accept that and maybe see to it that we can maybe expand the area. Although it's not a good area, I know it's tough. And the Zan of daily complaints. I have a case now about people who went with cattle taken, That thing is still there with me. Between Herreros and San, huh? Yeah. I was told that name is not a good name. You have to give no name. San means apparently Southern African natives. I didn't know that. So we have to look for a better name, maybe. Then Republican Party. Nice to see you. I'm impressed. Democracy has increased. It's not one party state. You are now many here. The Republican Party, what is it? Agreement with Chinese, same thing. What was it? Chinese, yeah. Chinese question I already answered. Yeah. But as to where I stay, you know, when I was in exile and I was coming back, I said, I would never stay in government house. And I built my own house, that time as a prime minister. Right now I'm using both, but I stay more for reasons that dealing with intelligence and security even. We don't discuss, but I do what you call. So I have my house, I'm very proud of my house. And some people are retiring after 30 years as a minister or so, not a house, not your own house, not your own car. Come on. We must plan. Where is your car? We must plan to retire. I have already 4 years and a half before I go. Plan for retirement. So that is part of my staying in my house too, but there are other reasons. Huh? It's now finished. Huh? Help me. It's finished. That was the last one. Oh. If I didn't answer you all, please, are very effective staff. If I didn't answer everybody and you want to follow up a letter, we'll answer you. Yes?
Can I come in at this point and simply to say, I think we've gone through the list and I just want to check whether there's any political leader who did not have a chance to ask a question. Anyone? I was asking my desk. I think it was APP, isn't it? Yeah. Huh? CDP, yeah, okay. Now, we are not going to force, them. Let me do this. We have gone through the first round. Can we take pressing questions? Not long, but a question. I have the Honorable Maharukwa there. Please, because we want to make it brief so that we can conclude.
I know you do vote, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, His Excellency the President of the Republic, honorable members. His Excellency, I have but 4 questions. And
can you make it 2, please, so that we can take other people in?
I think they are all pertinent, and I'll be very brief with all of them. But these questions, His Excellency, are premised on the following. They are premised on the fact that I've engaged, I believe, in at least as far as 3 of them, the ministers that those questions are relevant to, and I have not had a satisfactory answer. And I'll explain in each and every circumstance what I mean. First question, Honorable His Excellency, is that roads in this country are killing people. It's a fact. Road accidents are killing people. It's a very, very sad fact. But there's one road in this country that is guaranteed to kill multiple people at a time, every raining season, that I know of. Others might know of others. Every raining season, that road would kill 5 people at a time, 11 people at a time, 14 people at a time. That is the road, Honorable His Excellency the President, that I believe you would recall about 5 years ago, 6 years ago, that took the life of my uncle, the late Uncle Ken. Last raining season, an ambulance was taking a woman who had given birth to a premature child from Okangwati to Opuo. That because of rain, the mother who had given birth, the newborn baby who was given birth to, the mother of the woman who had given birth, and a number of other people, including a driver of the hospital, perished on that road. The reason being, the bridges are not proper. This road has been earmarked to be tarred. But of course, 2 years ago, because of the financial constraints, the MTF has no money for it, or provision has not been made. I've engaged, maybe the Honorable Kale would not remember, but I've made my voice heard to him privately, personally. I've made this fact known to the Honorable Kanjore when he became a minister. Now that he's DG, I've made him aware of it. None of these really have an answer, maybe because of a lack of money. Honorable His Excellency, the road between Epupa and Opuo, come the next raining season, will kill again. Can your office at that highest level intervene for money to be availed? Of course, an audit maybe should be done to like roads that do the same, for provision to be made that we don't continue suffering the loss of life when it can be avoided. His Excellency, the next is, I brought a motion through the PDM through myself, brought a motion to this Parliament. And that motion was to deal with the red line. Spoken widely with all members of this Parliament, myself, including members on that side. The Honorable Narusep called me into his office. As, of course, he's an elder, a man that I respect, but as a colleague at this level. Called me to the ministry, he consulted, they made a presentation with his team and said, please, we don't want to go on the floor of Parliament and differ on this pertinent issue. In terms of that presentation, everything was in place for the red line to be dealt with, for Namibia to be united, because currently we have two Namibias, two economies. Unfortunately, I withdrew that motion, believing that government finally is taking the red line seriously. And in addition, this issue went to the land conference, of course, that I did not attend because of the politics at the time. Because of the politics at the time. Be that as it may, His Excellency, the resolutions that came out of the land conference, even if I was not there, I'm a Namibian that is entitled to a view, to me are not serious enough. His Excellency, the red line needs 100 million according to that presentation that was made. Maybe in a bid to unite Namibia, as we are saying, maybe something should be done about that. His Excellency, my second last question is a question that I've discussed with the Honorable Shimi, albeit very briefly as a new person in office. And it's the money that has now been verimented or been urgently been given to the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Education to ensure that we can stem the advancement of COVID-19. Quite a huge number of millions. Now, if there's one fact that maybe the Right Honorable PM and myself differ, is in the fact that I happen to think corruption in Namibia is systematic. The system produces corruption. Of course, the Right Honorable PM says no individuals are corrupted, not the system. But the system produces laws that people use for that. So it's systematic. Now, the question is this. If this money that is going to be used is, they are going apparently to be special procurement processes to fast track, they are very welcome. because these are urgent measures, what are we going to do in terms of these measures to ensure that these monies are going to be used and used very efficiently and very frugal, in a frugal manner, if that's the right word to use in Parliament, to ensure that people are not robbed again of this money through corrupt activities. Honorable, His Excellency, my last question perhaps relates to your answer on the SWAPO office, which says the $700 million to build emanates from SWAPO donations and SWAPO companies. The question is as such. Since independence, or since the establishment of each and every SWAPO company, how much did each of those companies in profit or revenue make from public procurement? The reason for that question is this. SWAPO is the owner of the companies, as it's being said. SWAPO is the party that is holding government coffers for the past 30 years. And as far as my recollection is, there is no political party that owns a company that deals directly with government. So the question is, how much did SWAPO make in business with government for the past 30 years? Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you. Next, no, I have a list that I want to exhaust, please. The Honorable at the back.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Van Wyk.
Yes.
Oh, you had a haircut. I couldn't.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Actually, a new style.
Yeah, yes, indeed.
Mr. President, good afternoon. I actually had a few questions, but since time is running out, I will only concentrate on one.
Thank you.
And then also have a small comment. Honorable Speaker, I was given this poster to ask a question to the President regarding the allocation of fishing quotas to the new applicants. Honorable Speaker, Mr. President, it has been indicated by applicants that the process has been compromised already. It is alleged that a lot of corruption has taken place. There is a lot of favoritism. My question is, Mr. President, is it really worthwhile to continue with the process while we are having a lot of questions and allegations regarding the process that is headed by Honorable Kawana? I want, Mr. President, just to enlighten the applicants on the issue with regard to the allocation of fishing rights.
Thank you.
Then, Mr. President, a comment. We have just a few days or few hours ago witnessed how the law enforcement, especially the NAMPOL, how they have manhandled a journalist in your presence, we understand. Mr. President, my party condemns this kind of action by law enforcement in the strongest possible terms. We do understand that an apology was issued. We appreciate that. But the apology, Mr. President, is not enough. We want to see action against those who mistreated or mistreats our citizens.
Thank you.
Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Swartboy, please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. I recognize the time, but I must commend you that today you have chaired exceptionally well under very difficult circumstances. Yes.
That compliment can only come from my former student.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I want to ask Dr. Godfrey Geingob, first Director of Elections and all of those things he likes to hear. about this matter of the procurement board in which one ethnic group was placed in a very definitively powerful position in relation to the question of unity and so on and so forth. What is he going to do about it? Because his Minister of Finance is quiet about a procurement board that essentially represents one ethnic group in a post-independent, post-colonial Namibia. That is one. Two, Dr. Geingob, my conversations with the fishermen just yesterday indicated that they formed an association, which association, together with other fishermen from Ludrats, in other words, a combination of Wolfish Bay and Ludrats fishermen, formed an association, met the requirements to apply for fishing quotas, indeed applied for fishing quotas, got the acknowledgement that their applications were received, were told that the applications were processed, were promised, if their version is correct, by the Honorable Albert Kawana from Zambezi, that they would be considered for fishing rights. Now, one of the things that they have explicitly told me is that they want these fishing quotas to help maintain the 5,000 of them. While it is a business venture, it is also really a social intervention from the colleagues who say, look, we know this business, we know this industry. If we are given quotas, we are able to rebuild our lives, get our lives back into order. Some of the colleagues have really become old and have gone back to the north and so on. My question, in fact, plea to you is to kindly look into this matter so that perhaps as a more solid solution to the fishermen, that association, in fact, be given the fishing quotas, the fishing rights, and that they then get their lives going. I'm sure you will be able to do this because at times, even to our surprise, Honorable Dr. Geingob, through you, Honorable Speaker, the President actually listens to LPM. Thirdly, Comrade President, not a lecture, but just a request also. When you acknowledge 23-year-old person that was appointed by you, 24 now, and you as head of state, although we dispute some of those issues, but nonetheless as head of state, you forget or deliberately omit to acknowledge other 23-year-olds. It hurts them. There are two ladies, Ina and Utara, that are also young Namibians. They were in the same class, these young people, and it hurts them because they are young people. Yeah, yeah.
Very good.
Yeah. They feel hurt, and sometimes small conflict starts with these young people. So please, I would like you, Your Excellency, to acknowledge these young ones also. The last one is the budget that was presented clearly is a crisis budget. It recognizes the indebtedness of the state and that we have to do something about it. Comrade President, and comrade in the broader sense, not in the SWAPO sense. Your minister, your in the Honorable Speaker, the Secretary General of SWAPO Party is disturbing. The plan needs to emerge. How is the debt going to be repaid? In what time frame? Secondly, the structural problems of the economy are not addressed. I was with the Honorable Schledwein today to say, look, get agriculture going, because there you can gain low-paying, low-skilled jobs, but you are gaining immediately. That's an area that must be looked at. And so therefore, unfortunately, the way the budgeting system works is that other political parties are unable to really come in. It comes here, it's sometimes too late. But the whole budget, actually, if I were you, I would say redo it, cut some of the things a little bit more, and a very radical one, which I know would be difficult for you to consider, is given the budget line that has been given over the past 6-7 years to employment creation and trade and industry, I would have said collapse those two ministries, take the little money and invest it in agriculture. It will really be meaningful to start to get people back to lives by restocking cattle, goat and sheep numbers. Already, you start to stop this process of handing out food parcels. Then, Comrade President, I also said to the Prime Minister, I now repeat it to you, please, revenue collection of government has for the past 7, 8 years almost been at 100%. Sometimes 97%, sometimes 98.6%. Not bad. While your revenue collection capacity is okay like that, please don't go and create a revenue agency that has the potential to be a parastatal with additional opportunity cost there too. For this budget, you have planned for transitional arrangements an amount of 210 million. Our view is take that amount, as you have been doing when the Negerdal Dam problem was huge. Monies would be taken from other ministries combined, and the dam was completed. I'm just proposing the same thing. Take that money, hold on to NAMRA, and get it to a productive sector, really, that would do something meaningful for the people. And consider, I know you are an advocate of basic income grant, consider a refined and reformed basic income grant. It, in our estimation, would cost for 2 years, even if we go by trial. 2 years, if we pack it on the basis of what Honorable Shimi gave, 750, it could be about 11.7, 11.8 billion over a 2-year period. That would really be able to be something significant to generate demand in the total economy, save jobs in the retail sector, and enhance people's livelihoods. Maybe it will not meet all the objectives, but it will begin to cut on food aid that you'll have to give. It will begin to cut on the criticisms of the this not having gotten, that having gotten, and this having gotten millipap, the other person having gotten chicken. It reduces. Let's get to cash transfers, because despite our philosophical differences in terms of the actual value that was given, one of the things that Shimi has indicated, I'm not going to be praising you a lot, but today you deserve one, is that at least with the collaboration of the private sector, at no cost to government, if his version is correct, at no cost to government, cash transfers were able to be done in a very short time. It demonstrates capacity of the state to maintain a 24-month cash transfer program packed at 750, and we then see, do an assessment perhaps after the first year and see where does it take us. But it is something that is a low-hanging fruit, President, because the budget that was presented was based on 4 pillars: save lives, save livelihoods, save jobs, and put the country on a trajectory of prosperity. The prosperity part will not be there, but saving lives, saving incomes, and saving jobs, at least those 3 would be met. Comrade President, at times you get irritated by me. When I rub you off badly, don't worry. An old man must sometimes be teased by young people. It's good. It gives us good exercises to tease an old man. No. I'm being strategic here. Stay out of this. I'm not giving an apology. I'm saying at moments when you get irritated by me, remember that while I have fundamental disagreements with you, I don't hate you. I actually pray for you, for good health, for wisdom, and so on. But I have fundamental disagreements with you. And I must say, the way you conducted at the latest stage, the State of the Nation, was very good. You do well, Your Excellency. No lecture. You do well when you are calm and when you listen. But when you are angry, you chase. It cuts both ways. It cuts both ways. I concede that. It cuts both ways. On that note, Your Excellency.
Thank you.
You have also not answered the Damaranama Festival issue. Please respond to that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I now honestly want to conclude for the last colleague to pose a question. I hope we make it to the point. The Honorable Ipumbu.
Yes.
Yeah.
His Excellency, Mr. President, the protocol observed. I think, Mr. President, you come here and preach unity of purpose, but I don't see unity within the cabinet that is sitting there. Just to say so is because currently we know education is the key to success. And it's something that is not highlighted in this State National Address. I have a problem with it because we have now learners that have assumed school. And in the newspapers of today, there are reports of schools that are not opening because of the dilapidating situation. I don't know, how do you value other learners than other learners? You have set the date of the 30th of June. Why don't we wait? Why are we rushing things? Do we want to put the lives of the generation to come at risk, or what are we trying to imply here? Where is unity of purpose? Have you communicated with the Minister of Education to know that all the schools are ready to accommodate learners back to school? Is this something not within your mandate, or what is going on?
Is that a question?
It's also a question. It's a question, and it's something that needs to be addressed by the President. It's not a comment. It should be a question. Why are we allowing certain schools to open, whereas we have others that are not opening because of the dilapidating situation?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the question. So, Mr. President, for you to continue preaching unity of purpose, I think you should engage with everybody. Like the Honorable Venani there said, it's hard to engage with the President because whatever you are trying to get him, you will be told, no, you can't.
Okay.
Mr. President, please try to talk with the Minister of Education.
Thank you.
We are putting our young generation at risk.
Thank you. We deal with that. We deal with that. Thank you very much. Honestly, those who spoke before, can you just make a short, because you spoke before.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm having on the...
You are very close to your colleague there.
No, it's far.
It's far away?
Yeah, it's far.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I want only to go to... We're having a problem with people in jail for many, many years. I know that time is not His Excellency Hage Geingob who was head of state. We're having a Caprivian people in jail for many, many years. Please, I want the President to look on these Caprivian people. They stay in jail for many years. Some are too old now. The man who was behind those people is not here in Namibia. Please, there was a parole over? Pardon?
Yes.
Yes. Please, I want the President to put these people in a pardon, please.
He has done that, but you're asking him to go on looking into the matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Venani, the final one. Make it short, please.
Very, very brief. Excellency President, one matter that is very fundamental to my being a leader in this country is to revolutionize water. Water. Access to water. We can talk about our economic, socio-economic trajectory. There is no time in the world where we will have any growth if we do not make waters available to farmers. And perhaps in deeper negotiations, in closed doors, we need to talk about getting desalination plants. If you put one desalination plant in Cape Frio, passing Kunene, Musati, or Hangwena, up to Kavango, you will change the northern Namibia into a green belt. If you put one in Luderitz and get it into Karas, Hardap, and Komas, probably to Omaheke, you will be able to change this country forever. So it is very important that, I know resources, desalination plants do not come easy. They are not very cheap. They are very expensive. But as a government, we should really look at the future of our country in a very small microscope to see how would we leave Namibia a better place for future generations. Because if you go to countries like Israel, I know you might not like the Israelis, but there's one thing that they have done so fundamentally well. I was taken at a number of stations around Israel. Even companies that are doing desalination plants, of course they wanted to lobby me for desalination plants. And even in Norway, there are a number of countries that are saying, we can put these things for you and you can pay us for 23 years. But it's something that this country needs, that if we want farmers to have access to life, we need to give them water. The two last issues, the Whistleblowers Protection Act. You came here 2017, spoke very robustly about it. When are we implementing it? Because it's very central to the fight of corruption. Lastly, sometimes it's a matter of PR that lacks in many political parties and even in yours. Let me tell you,
why I ask you the question of the SWAPO headquarters. It was reported in 4 newspapers that the company Unique Construction has loaned 780 million to SWAPO. That was reported. And it looked very bad because this company is tendering on roads, they are tendering everywhere. Therefore, I'm putting this question. And it's not a question of envy. In fact, my party is building a new headquarters, but a better one than yours and a cheaper one. I'm a cheaper man. But what I'm trying to say is that in a country where stories goes around, your party is, it's not only a matter of envy, your party is in public office. And I must put these hard questions to you because you must lead by example. And that's the reason why you're in public office, otherwise I'll take the office.
Very good.
So thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you all of you for having expressed yourselves clearly and putting questions to the President. Definitely, this is the second round we have just concluded, and I'm now going to ask the President to respond. But before I give him the floor, there's something that I want to underline, and that is, it's a pity. It's a real pity that the pandemic, the common enemy that is confronting the whole world, have intervened to an extent that we were not able to have our new members of parliament going through an induction where we'll get to know each other and get to actually appreciate each and everybody. But this is something that has been prevented by the pandemic. But once that is going to basically subside, we will revive that and make sure that we have an opportunity to do that. I have taken note of the fact that, yes, we have a number of female members of parliament. This is something that makes all of us proud as a nation. And we really keep our head up when we are counted among those nations, parliaments that have got a substantial number of female members. So I just want basically to put that on record and appreciate. Community President, you have the final round.
Yes, thank you very much. Firstly, two young ladies. I was talking about others because they were my deputy ministers. So really, whenever I see a young person, I'm proud. I watch that. Yesterday she was talking. Whenever I see young people talking, I listen. I'm very, very proud of young people. If you had to go on delegation and talk there at the UN, I will be with you. So young people, women, we are very proud that we got young blood. According to him, some of us are old, but we reason very well than young people. So really, my congratulations to you all. When I said those who were elected, I congratulated all of you, but I did mention specifically that person because he's making headlines all over the world, because he's a minister. That's why I made that mistake maybe. So you are all congratulated and welcome to come and engage me. Young people, I can talk to them, not these people, because they make me younger because I talk to them. So, let me start now with the leader of the official opposition, because he's talking about a thing we ought not to disagree with. He's talking about really the dry country, and really if we don't address the question of agriculture, when it comes to water, we'll have problems. So let's put our heads together and really listen to what you are saying. Good deal can be made, but it's a future. Everybody is saying this country is going to get drier and drier. And if we don't start to act today, as I did with, I mentioned the committee I set up. These are experts. The man I mentioned, Moritz, is the foremost expert we have in this country. And I made him a chairman, and they did a study. So we can again engage them, and they can make proposals. We can talk to them, and that way we can at least hold hands. We don't have to disagree on water. Water is life. So very, very, very good on that one. I'm coming from behind. Unity of purpose, Caprivi. Yes, I was listening to that. I'm also a little bit worried about it, but it's a judicial issue. And if I have to say, unless I do through my patent thing, it is too long, to tell the truth. But I cannot interfere because it's a court situation. But it's a thing really we have to look into. There are two people, I think, who are sick. One was a member of parliament, and I really have something about that. So very good to mention it. In fact, I will be blank. It's, okay, I'm not going to say it here. Honorable, are you doctor now? Dr. Swatwe. The statement you made today is the best I've had to make it. All his life. Not life by this time. So thank you very much. Really, what you said, your statement, the last one, I couldn't agree. You will be surprised, but I agree with everything. But you advised me not to get angry. But one thing I told you is you are the man who must stop being angry. I said, calm it when you came to my office that time. I don't do like that. But it's a good beginning. The statement you made today. Huh? Okay, this will be personal. Thank you very much for your statement. The issues you mentioned, just like his, are things we don't have to fight because of party differences. This is our future. Definitely. Water. And therefore, let's meet and talk. Experts, you experts. The young people now who are younger. There are certain things like water. We cannot disagree. We know this country is dry. If somebody has good ideas, let's accept it. Not because it's coming from somewhere else. No, let's accept it. Next one was Workers' Party, fishing quotas. Was it fishing quotas? Workers' Party. Workers' Party.
NEF, FF.
I think you answered that one.
I answered.
This one.
EFF. Next, huh? What is it about? About schools, huh? What is it?
Yeah.
Schools, yeah, okay. I agree with you. Firstly, I think there is a daily briefing that was given 10 o'clock, covering everything. The minister, not minister, but the ED of the Ministry of Education, I give her credit, Mrs. Tiankam. She has been there explaining, even yesterday, about these problems. And it's true, some schools are not in good conditions. It's terrible, it's embarrassing, but I was in the bush, and where schools, or some, I was training people. I'll give you one example when I went, I'm not going to mention the area, but one person was sitting, principal, with a, now here, here's look at, this thing fell down our kitchen. Nothing. Now when it rains, we are cooking there. When it rains, water. Government. So I just said, okay, while we're waiting for government, someone was in the bush, why don't you put one pole here, one there, and put the roof in the meantime, to it is not to be wet. If you did that, you're not going to be wet. It looks like we don't want to do anything ourselves, as parents, and also as just community members. Everything is government. There are things that we can fix in schools ourselves, as community members. Young people can be occupied. But I'm not trying to run away from our responsibility. Government has a responsibility, but it's not easy. The conditions I'm seeing the school classrooms are in. And it's only, we had the idea of the money from World Bank, Africa Development Bank, about $1 billion or so set aside just to renovate the schools. As we're trying to do that, these things come, but that is a thing, it's eyesore for all of us. I cannot be proud that I'm a president and you see the children. In some countries, they don't do that. In Namibia, that I'm proud of, to see the children, the conditions they are in. It hurts me. Tell the truth. I'm a parent too. So it's a thing that we must also hold hands, and also parents to come in. And those who can donate, we can ask people certain things. What Namibians have shown during this crisis, they really showed their hearts. They came out feeding and so on. Very impressed. Thank all Namibians for that. And now, for the President. Who has it? It is the nation. Now, I answered him. I agree with him completely. Huh? Whistleblower, yes, whistleblowing. Again, it's a thing everybody's waiting for. Blow the whistle. Proper one. One thing I must also say, we're talking about whistleblower and so on. It may start one day do you that wrong whistle is blown. So we must say proper whistle must be blown. Definitely, not just blowing the bad. This thing has been outstanding. It passed the law. Oh, it's to operate narrative. Okay. So it's done, it's coming, maybe slow. What else now? Who is it? By people, maybe I remember. I answered you. And then there was, what is that?
Ipumbu.
What is he doing? Yeah? Oh, fishing. Yes,
Fish,
yes. Definitely, I think only resource we control is fishing. And it should therefore serve us all. Really. We control it. That's why we're doing what we are doing with it. So really, if there are people, airport area, and they came in a group, and they form a good company from all over, okay. The ministers are here, we'll discuss it. The minister is there, so we'll discuss it. Because the idea that people have to think that only one group or one, please, let's leave that. I want us to share. And that's the thing, now you mentioned it, minister is here, and I think it's the only thing we control. And that's why I'm misusing it sometimes. So really, this is the difficult times for all of us. Some people got rich, not because they are stealing, but they got quotas all these years. I have the list of people, one day I'll talk about it. So thank you. I'm noting and gave it to the minister to bring it up so we can discuss it. To relook. Red line, what was before, huh? Yeah, red line is a disease. It's a disease that we all are talking about for 100 years now. But we are told if we just remove it, then our markets, to Norway, to EU will be affected. But for how long? We can get a buffer zone. Yeah. So really, again, this is a thing we must look into. It has been outstanding for a long time. And I was involved again too. We tried to do it then. As we're trying to do that, Angolan side. If Angolan side is not also what you call, well, that was a problem. And we didn't want to lose our EU quotas, so to say, rightly so. Now we're thinking Angola must also be involved maybe, unless we can have a quarantine area to start to clear certain areas, have the cattle or whatever cleans there. It's an interim measure. And that will maybe involve everybody, even people who are in the red, around for 30 years. Red line. Then you are saying you are going to accuse me, we are separating the country. That you can say. Because for 30 years, that line has been there. It's true there are scientific problems, but we can maybe do a thing to quarantine certain areas. The yellow area, somebody was telling us about yellow areas, and that way they can export here. So, thank you for that. My colleagues are here listening. So since I accept, therefore they are listening what I said. What else? Oh, the boat. Yeah. You are saying what? Only one tribe is there. Which tribe? Okay. No. Firstly, let's also talk. We talk about attended Damara festivals. What do you mean? Yes, Nama, yes. Firstly, I was having my countrywide trips for equipment scheme when I was a Minister of Trade. And I have one example that I finished the whole country, and last stop I stopped was in Omuthia. And there's a guy called Michael, his cousin, Michael Yambo, farmer. He missed me there. So the last post was in Opuo. He drove, because his place, he was not there, he drove, caught me in Opuo, and presented his plan. We helped him with the trucks and so on because he made that effort. The Damara speaking people from the south of Opuo, and I was there for equipment schemes. I was shocked at it. Not a single. To come and ask for equipment. The fellow who is here, he's working now as a minister, who was in Korichat. None. We made him even as a champion because we're taking a person who is doing well. What is this fellow? He was an agriculture. He's now with the ministry, some ministry of agriculture. Clemens, Avarab. Yeah, I'm sorry I'm mentioning the person who is not in the building. But chose him as a champion. Didn't come, only to call and insult the girls. That's my money given. Let's also accuse, let's also see sometimes we just sit and not aggressive. However, if it is discrimination based on this group or this group, let's deal with it. Let's deal with it. But definitely, sometimes we have to also jump up to be aggressive, like I do. You know what I do? I fight. Now for Damara and Nama. You know, when we came back, I talked to Garoev, sister, Kurirab, and there was a big one in Korikas. No, in Okombai. I said, they asked me to go and address. I said, invite the president. So they invited the president came in a helicopter, he addressed, he left. We stayed there, very impressive. First one. Following year, we again went. When we came there, you know the Damara, the flag, Damara would be blue and red, green and blue, green and blue. Green, wait a minute, I'm coming. Who are you? Blue and green, we belong to groups. Now, to make peace, there were always this troop and fighting and so on. To make peace, white was put in between to make peace. That's why it's now green, white, and blue, or something like that. Now, when we came the second time, that flag is now this thing, a UDF, isn't it? How's UDF flag? So, yeah? Oryx. Well, when we came there, that meeting turned out to be UDF meeting. Now, whatever it is, I even said, we would like to have culture. I'm a cultural person too, why not? But that meeting and that became UDF meetings. And I couldn't, I'm a member, I'm also a leader too, to go. So that was the decision. As for last one, I was invited. And besides that, Justus, Chief, Gaup, Justus, is not recognized. Yes. Now, if you invited me, I was about to go. Only to be told he's not invited. So Justus Garoev, why? Because he says he is His Highness Royal King of Kings and so on. And because of that. And I talked to him, I said, why don't you drop those things so we can move on? We are very good friends, in touch. I said, why don't you just drop those things because we are saying Gaup, that's enough. He then made a good point to say, new people have come up, you know, in Tamara there was only one person. Now there's about 7. And he said he couldn't, What is the problem? Can I thought the things.
It's okay. It's
I don't know
okay.
what is going on.
Let's
What
hear.
is the problem? What is the problem? What is the point? As king, how? Do you hear what I'm saying? What I'm saying is, what is your problem?
Let's not get no.
I went to the north, and I said we cannot use kings because it is a republic here. They cannot say, they are not saying they are.
It's okay. We don't need to have a dialogue, please. Just the answers.
Firstly, wait a minute, man. You are saying invited. Who invited me? The king, the guy who is recognized here in Windhoek. Who is the Damara chief? Who is the Damara chief? Okau. Are they united? Well, that's your point.
Okay.
So what? So what?
Let's not go far.
You did a good job. You are destroying now.
Thank you.
You did very well.
Let's move on to the next question. Yeah. Please. No. Let's not dwell on this, please. Let's leave it to answer the questions, please. Yeah. Okay. Please. Okay.
Maybe that's a problem.
We are not having a debate.
What you are doing is a problem. That's a problem.
Okay.
What you are doing is a problem.
Thank you. No.
That's a problem.
Let us end on a positive note. Please. No. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
That's
No. 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 Thank you. No. No, please. Let's calm down.
Let me. Why
Let's have
that's a
order.
problem. Maybe what we are doing is a problem.
Let's have order.
That's a problem,
No.
maybe. Maybe that's a problem.
Okay.
You see?
Let's
Look how you are
order. No. It's enough. Oh, let's move on to the next item. It's okay.
That's the problem.
Okay. Thank you. No. That's getting. Thank you. We need order, please. No. Please, let's have order, please. Please. Hold,
That
please.
is the problem.
Let's
Who
have
invited?
order.
Firstly, let me tell you.
Calm down.
Let me say
Listen.
this.
Let's have order.
That's the problem.
Let's listen to each other. Wait a minute.
Now what you are behaving, that's a problem.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
Okay, we are done. No, please, let's order, please. Let's hold. Now, where we are at this point in time, we have really gone smoothly over a number of issues. What I'm suggesting, what you're talking about here is the sort of thing that you can engage the president outside Parliament. It's not that you should continue. No, no, I think it's enough is enough.
I'm in touch with Justice
Okay. Let's hold now.
Yeah, firstly, I am one of the full-blooded Damara. Both my parents are Damara. Some of you are mixed. I am the full-blooded, including all of you are talking about parents, your parents are Wambo that you are talking about here. That's the point. I am a full-blooded Damara.
Okay.
And that is the problem. What is happening here is the problem. Nobody has come to me. Yusuf Karami and daily contact. We are together. We are defending him here. We are together. But you are shouting now. And that's a problem. That's a problem. We...
Okay.
Where did you finish?
Okay, let's continue. Let's continue.
That's the problem.
Do we still have more questions? I think we are done. I think we are done. Comrade President, I think you have gone through all the questions.
Yeah. But that's the problem.
Good. Your Excellency, allow me once more, on behalf of the members of Parliament and the Namibian people, to thank you for availing yourself for this important occasion. The Sergeant at Arms will now lead the procession from the chamber, and the Honorable Vice Chairperson will escort His Excellency the President as we take leave of the chamber. I ask honorable members to rise and to remain standing when His Excellency leaves the chamber. Thank you. Thank you for your cooperation. Yes, please. You can do it now.
Since we are in abnormal conditions, first time I'm here, therefore I declare this
Session.
Parliament session officially declared. I got it.